Welcome. Good evening. I'm Kalamazoo Deputy City Manager Jeff Chamberlain, and welcome to tonight's Kalamazoo City Commission meeting of Monday, August 3rd, 2020. Tonight's meeting is being streamed live on the city's Facebook page as well as the city's YouTube channel. And you can also listen on your phone by calling area code 269-552-6425 and entering meeting ID number 940-8964-4430 when prompted. And you may also leave a 3-minute public comment for tonight's meeting by calling area code 269-226-6573. And with that, I'd like to turn tonight's meeting over to Mayor David Anderson.
Thank you so much, Deputy City Manager Chamberlain. First of all, just to reiterate, you have not accidentally turned into an episode of Night of the Living Dead. I was jogging this weekend and face planted into the asphalt. So you're going to get to experience that firsthand just a little over 24 hours after that event. So I'm okay. I don't look great, but I'm feeling okay. So I would like to call this meeting of Monday, August 3rd, Zoom version of the Kalamazoo City Commission. Clerk Borling, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Cunningham.
Here.
Commissioner Hess.
Here.
Commissioner Knott.
Here.
Commissioner Pradle.
Present.
Commissioner Urban.
Here.
Vice Mayor Griffin.
Here.
Mayor Anderson.
Here. Thank you so much, Clerk Borling. For our opening ceremony tonight, we have the Honorable Bishop Daniel P. Cunningham from the Empowerment Center for our invocation. Bishop Cunningham.
Thank you, Mayor Anderson, and also city commissioners and leaders that are involved. Let's go before the Lord at this time. Father, we pray for your wisdom upon this group of leaders and for proper direction for our neighborhoods, community, and city. We thank you for the courage that this council has to make the right decisions for positions and organizations in our community. Even when they're not the most popular, I speak, Lord, that they are ethical, moral, and biblically sound for our community. I speak equality and equity for all citizens in Kalamazoo, Michigan. And we thank you that this would be a beacon of light for other cities to follow our model and our paradigm. Father, I speak your choicest blessings upon each of our commissioners' families, Lord, our leaders that are on this call. And we thank you for it in your son's name, in Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, Bishop Cunningham. I appreciate you setting the tone for our meeting tonight.
Thank you.
I'm going to be a little bit flexible about our normal agenda here, just because I think there's some things going on in our community that warrant our attention right at the beginning. First, I want to note this, that a longtime community volunteer and advocate for the city of Kalamazoo, Lance Ferraro, who served 3 terms on the Kalamazoo City Commission, passed away on Saturday afternoon. Lance Ferraro was always involved, always had an encouraging word, and has been continued to live at home here in Kalamazoo up until his passing. So I want to recognize Lance. I want to recognize his family. Has a daughter who works here at the city of Kalamazoo, and recognize them in this time. The second thing I want to talk about, I think warrants, this spot at the beginning of our agenda here. And I had an opportunity to talk to our Vice Mayor, Patrice Griffin, about this. Had some comments over the weekend and spoke earlier today. And I think we both have statements that we would like to make before we go ahead and approve and adopt our formal agenda. So I have something that I'm going to read now related to that. You're looking at a person with a very, very heavy heart. And in an odd way, when I been thinking about this so much in the last few days, and I looked myself in the mirror. I thought, I look like what I have been feeling like Kalamazoo is like here in the last few weeks. I think we feel beat up and a little exhausted. We have a gun crisis in Kalamazoo. And although cities across Michigan and the nation are having similar experiences, we cannot accept this in our community. Every resident has the right to expect that no matter what neighborhood they call home, it will be a safe place for them and their families. The tragic, senseless, and horrific deaths and shootings are devastating events for the entire community. There's a profound loss for children, for mothers, for family, for friends, for neighborhoods, and for our city. All of us experience the riptide of this trauma. Everyone suffers. No one is unscathed. We all must first hold a place in our hearts for the families for whom these events are front and center, forever and unalterably life-changing. And next, we must contemplate what daily path we must tread so that the idea of serious violence in our shared community is an inconceivable notion. Our response will require all of us to determine how can we be a part of the solution. What affects one of us affects all of us. Ultimately, what is the antidote for risk or despair or hopelessness or fear? It can only be hope and belief and trust. To hope, there must be opportunity. To believe, there must be values. And to trust, there must be honesty, decency, and integrity. We have a profound responsibility to help create a world of hope, belief, and trust. It is up to us. My heartfelt condolences go out to the families and friends of those who have come to harm. The gun recklessness and violence must stop. We must all do better together. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Anderson, for those words. Kalamazoo, my heart is very, very heavy right now. Right before this meeting started, I thought I heard gunshots in the back of me, and I did. While we're on this meeting right now, there are just shots going off in the back of me. My daughters had to run home. She was at Lacrome when that happened. I was on Park Street the other day when those other shots went off. I live north. A man was just shot yesterday. We are in a crisis situation that has absolutely a ton of contributing factors to it. My heart goes out to every last person who has suffered as a result of this gun violence. Parents are having to bury their children. People are not feeling safe inside their homes. Children can't even play outside. There have been many warnings, many asks, many outcries. And I hope that now is enough. There's enough death, enough gunfire, enough shed for us to do something collectively about it.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We communicated over the weekend. I know it shouldn't matter when it happens to your own family, but it certainly is closer to home when it's your own daughter who's having to run in a park to escape random gunfire that's being shot into a crowd. We've had a youngster, 5 years old, who was shot during the day by random gun violence. And I just want to strongly say that we all have to approach this as if it is our own family, because it is. And this is the work that we have to do and be focused on and be very serious about addressing this in our community. On that note, I would like to go ahead with our regular business meeting, as we do. And the first item is adoption of the formal agenda. Commissioners, you have before you the agenda for tonight's meeting. Are there any changes you would like to see? Seeing no changes, the next item is communications. Manager Jim Ritzma, do you have any communications?
Yes, Your Honor. I really want to first start out by echoing what's been said about the gun violence. It certainly has weighed heavy on city administration, and I know public safety as well. And we're really concerned about where this is heading. And I've asked Chief Carrie Ann Thomas just to speak some to this from a public safety perspective, and then obviously there's open time for questions. And then after that, I want to give an update on our action plan and where we are to date with those items. So it'll be a detailed update that then can lead into discussion, questions, or whatever. So I'll turn it over to Chief Carrie Ann Thomas.
Thank you, City Manager. I couldn't say it any better than the mayor and the vice mayor. There's a lot of harm being done to our community by all these shootings, by this gun violence. And so when I talk about these numbers, and they're way too big of numbers to happen here in Kalamazoo, it's really back to the message of the mayor and vice mayor that this is our community and family that's being injured and traumatized. And we look at it in statistics and how can we affect that? But we can't affect any of these numbers without the community and without addressing this together. Since the beginning of 2020, 41 people in Kalamazoo have been shot and 8 have been killed by gunfire. Just since June 1st, 23 have been shot and 4 people have died by gunfire. Since June 1st, 78 shootings in the city of Kalamazoo, and we've collected over 635 casings. Our shootings are up over 81%. We're Kalamazoo. This is a community of 80,000. We can make an effect on this all together. You know, our tools and the criminal justice system's at a standstill right now due to COVID, and jury trials not starting, and there's jail restrictions and other things. But we know what works. We know partnering with community and having strategic interventions like our group violence intervention program, where we reduced group involved shootings by 50% last year. We know we can make an effect. And I think even though our tools are limited, I think we're going to think up some new ones that we can partner with the community and address this gun violence, because it just can't continue. And I think that's all I'm going to say today, City Manager. It's all been said.
Thanks, Chief. So I want to give an update on the action plan that was presented in June. And I've got me and the team here to go through this. So I'm going to ask Deputy City Manager Chamberlain to display the update. So just want to repeat and emphasize the commitment we have to an equitable and responsive public safety department and city government. Those are our values, and we take that very seriously. The vision for this work that I'm going to be presenting and the team's going to be presenting is for the city of Kalamazoo and public safety for them to be equitable organizations that are responsive to community voices. As Chief indicated, we need public safety now more than ever with what's going on in the community. And we certainly want to have an equitable and responsive public safety department that's responsive to the community. Next, please. So if you recall from the update in June, the action plan was broken out by different segments. And so the first one, this would be the present to the 6 months, is independent investigations related to the protests from May and June. So the focus of those investigations are going to be on the police response to those protests. Did public safety follow procedures? Are the public safety procedures appropriate? And what recommendations can be improved to future responses? And so that work is being done right now. The Citizen Public Safety Review and Advisory Board has agreed to help in the selection of an independent reviewer. And the goal is to have that proposal for that service out by mid-August, and recommendations and hiring in September. And then CSPRAB and the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Director, Dorla Bonner, will review those and make a recommendation to me, and then we'll move forward with the investigation. And the goal here is to ensure that the investigator has experience dealing with police relationships with the African-American community and other marginalized communities. Also, we have the review of public safety policies through an equity lens, and we're going to be also reviewing those with that. And then as far as that's it on that. So let's move forward, please. Also, we are working to fill a public information officer to improve public communication. So the position has been created, posted, and recruiting is underway. So we hope to have this filled here in the next month or two, and look forward to someone coming on board and helping us with strategic communication and crisis communication. Next, please. We also committed to looking at updating the traffic stop study. So there is an attachment to this, and we'll make sure everyone has that reviews the actions taken since 2013, the last study date, and you can see what's been done since then relative to actions that public safety have taken. And we did reach out to the consultant that provided the study back in 2013, and he is no longer performing traffic studies. The last one he did was, I believe, the city of Grand Rapids, which began in 2014 and was concluded in 2017. And he has shifted his work away from traffic stop studies toward the study of implicit bias. In talking with Dr. Lamberth, he does not recommend doing a follow-up study at this point because of COVID. And he advises there's too many uncertainties around when this pandemic will end and the traffic patterns will return to normal. So he obviously can't say for how long this will last, but we will be looking at other options for the update of that study. And then the following slide, if you can go to the next slide. These are the activities and ideas that have been implemented since the 2013 study. I'm not going to read all of them, but there certainly has been work completed or ongoing relative to addressing the concerns that the study pointed out. Next, please. The next topic is our CSPRAB, and we have met with the CSPRAB a couple of times in talking about roles and responsibilities. And I'm going to ask Deputy City Manager Patsy Moore to walk through this and explain what's been agreed to and how we plan on moving forward.
Thank you, City Manager. If we can have that slide, please, Jeff. Under the existing Citizen Public Safety Review and Appeals Board's policies and procedures, there are 3 overarching roles for that board for operations. So we're going to look at each of those 3 roles and look at the current activities and look at the expanded activities that we are pursuing with the board. So the first overarching role is to build credibility, community trust, and confidence by participation in the process that will respond appropriately to allegations of misconduct by the Department of Public Safety. Currently, the board receives a monthly report of complaints and dispositions. In that, excuse me, they receive a summary of the complaints that have been filed in any given month and the status of where those dispositions are. What we're now pursuing as expanded activity, that the board will receive the monthly investigative report of each complaint. So not only will they receive just a list of the complaints, the category of the complaint and the disposition, but they will hear from an investigator and they will be able to share with the board their investigation of that complaint. We're also adding a monthly review, a monthly report of the use of force incidents. So getting a report that summarizes the use of force incidents in a given month. The department is working toward the benchmark analytics software. That work is in progress. It has not been completed yet, but that is, the board will be able to review that information that shows officer behavior trends. Additional reports as requested. And we'll also be submitting our meeting minutes and reports will be provided to the City Commission. Each community Citizen Public Safety Review and Appeals Board will submit its minutes to the City Commission and any reports that are presented during that meeting. Next slide, Jeff. The second overarching goal role is to respond to requests from City Manager on the disposition of inquiries, complaints, as well as the complaint process. Currently, if a citizen has a complaint against personnel at the Department of Public Safety, they will file a complaint, and then the investigation is undertaken. The chief rules on the disposition of that complaint. If the citizen disagrees with the chief finding, they then appeal that to the city manager's office. The board then has an appeal hearing, and that appeal hearing can be open or closed based on the desire of the complainant. Upon the end of that hearing, the board deliberates and submits a recommendation to the city manager. We will not be doing anything with that. The only thing that we are now adding is that the Citizen Public Safety Review and Appeals Board meeting will become a venue for individuals to file complaints in person. So if they do not wish to file a complaint at the Department of Public Safety, if they do not wish to file a complaint online, if they do not wish to file a complaint in any other the venues, they will be able to come to the meeting and file a complaint at that meeting. Next slide, Jeff. And the last overarching role is to serve in an advisory role to the city manager regarding possible improvements to policies and procedures and to improve the communication and outreach to the citizens. Currently, the board may recommend review of specific policy or procedures, and that if they have questions or concern about a specific policy and procedure, they can certainly ask for that policy and procedure to be reviewed with them. They can recommend a review of specific incidents if they have a concern, and they can act as a liaison to the community. You heard about the independent investigation. That is one example of the expanded role. So they are participating in that independent investigation, including the selection of the investigator, scope of work, and receiving periodic reports. We're also asking the board to participate in the independent review of policies and procedures, providing input and feedback as that work gets underway. And finally, we're asking the board to host community forums. They may be for informational purposes, educational purposes, as well as to receive citizens' comment. And we're still discussing what format those forums may take. So that is an overview of the existing activities with the board and those that we have expanded with the board. Thank you.
Thanks, Patsy. I'm going to turn it over to our Director of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, Dorla Bonner, and she's going to talk about training and community relationships.
Thank you, City Manager. I'm just going to share a few things that we've done and we are doing. And as we said, this is an ongoing part of the work. Just is the training for public safety and the city. And so we can go to the next slide, Jim. So starting last year, we contracted with E-Race to implement an introduction to systemic racism workshop for leadership and from the city managers and deputy directors and frontline managers, so we can all have the same language. That's the goal of that. And so we're pretty deep into it. Our third and final training is scheduled for September. We've also been hosting and listening sessions with the support of SHARES, the Society for History and Racial Equity, with all our departments and city staff to discuss the racial climate and unrest. We're holding our first racial healing workshops, which will be open to all staff. And we're also working with local agencies to support our work on race, relationships, and equity. And I also want to lift up that the department of KDPS, Public Safety, has a equity program that they started in 2018 called Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion, that they are already doing some work that I will be working with them to expand it and support that work. So that work has started in 2019. We're adding a special focus to support public safety, and will continue and be ongoing. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you, Dorla. So the last couple of items, one is dealing with hiring new officers and the process for that. So if you could go to the next slide. Thank you. We are working on the skill sets for new hires through the accreditation process, which is culminating this week. And we will have that for us after that accreditation is completed later this month or next. I just want to echo here that there is a desire and a need for having knowledge and experience in communities that need public safety's help, and believe it's been referred to as cultural competency. And we are certainly open to how we might integrate that with the current hiring process, and look forward to working with the commission on any necessary changes to allow for that. The actual hiring description and criteria are posted on our transparency page, and it's listed there. The final piece has to do with data, and we have presented to the City Commission data sets, and they're also on the transparency page. We've completed preliminary inventory of the data available, and looking at the quality and ability to disaggregate by demographics. So these data sets are being compared to the types of data collected by other jurisdictions. So we want to create a dashboard, if you will, and taking the ideas for what data needs to be tracked and presenting those as part of our ongoing transparency of the department. And we're also looking for recommendations from GARE and a 21st Century Policing Task Force report. So these are items that we've done over the last month and a half. I just want to remind everyone that this is a work in progress. We know there is more to do, and we are committed as a public safety department and city manager and city administration to doing that work. And we want to do that in partnership with the community and also the city commission. And the actual plan that was presented that we are working on is really meant to be some short-term strategies that we could begin working on, and to allow time for longer-term systemic issues and inequalities to be honed in on and really work in a long-term way around those types of issues. So we look forward to partnering again with the commission on this and the community. And as far as the transparency page goes, I just want to highlight, we've had so far to date, when it was first put in to now, early June to now, 1,874 views. So I believe the transparency page is working as far as communicating information, and the number one link that's clicked on is around data. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Mayor, and city commissioners.
Thank you so much, Manager Ritzma. I appreciate that, and I appreciate your staff. Commissioners, do you have any questions for our City Manager, Jim Ritzma, or any of the city staff that are here, or more general comments you want to make at this time? Commissioner Cunningham, and then Commissioner Pradle.
Yeah, I'll kick it off. I got a lot of questions. So to the general community, there's been a lot of moving parts going on in the background. Vice Mayor and I have sat down with each commissioner and went through pretty much line for line in regards to a lot of our concerns, a lot of our suggestions, and a lot of the work that we've been, diligently working on with community members to move this opportunity forward, opportunity for improvement. So that kind of being said, I just want to say to my colleagues, as we have this conversation right now, I need you to be as open as possible. The reason why, back to the community, the reason why we asked for this, actually Patrice and I, Vice Mayor and I, asked for this agenda item to be placed on today's agenda was A, to get a check-in for the community, but B, I think that what I was finding in the background is there was a lot of different moving parts. And I think that it is beneficial at this time to have the commission kind of speak as a whole to get a better understanding. Because of the Open Meetings Act, we're not allowed to have more than 4 in a room. And so how we've been kind of disaggregating that work between now and the last few meetings has been in what we call administrative meetings. So 2 or 3 commissioners at a time, different opinions, different thoughts, which, you know, is good for critical thinking with those in the room. But I think it's very imperative that me and my colleagues are all together to kind of look through this information, challenge one another, and really take the opportunity to have some real brainstorming and critical thought around where we're at and where we need to go. But I will yield my time over to Chris Prado at this time.
Hey there. Good evening, everybody. Just had a couple of questions, and City Manager Ritzmar, Chief Thomas, and your team, maybe you can speak to these a little bit, but I've had a few people reach out just asking, they've heard about some impediments in the criminal justice system during COVID that have been occurring. I'm just wondering if you could speak a little bit to those and the challenges just system-wide that the criminal justice system is currently seeing.
Thanks, Commissioner. We have had a lot of, I'm sorry, I'm Assistant Chief David Boyson. But we have had a lot of challenges with really COVID started a lot of this. So our courts are at reduced capacity. I think they're starting trials in district court this week for the first time in 4 months, and those are for misdemeanor cases. So that's since March they haven't had any jury trials. Circuit court won't be ready for jury trials until we're hearing October. So really the circuit courts are shut down for jury trial purposes. So that backs everything up. So we have a lot of people that have been charged with a serious offense, such as assault with intent to commit murder, pending trial, but they may be waiting for a year for that trial and they're out on bond pending trial. So that's really backing up the whole system. There's been restrictions at the county jail on those people who they will accept for charges. So right now we have a lot of people that we may be able to intervene and pull levers and try to calm situations down, but we're unable to get them lodged. And Chief and I met with, the other chiefs met with Sheriff Fuller and Jeff Getting to try to loosen some restrictions in the jail to try to help with that issue, but that's been a big impediment, is not being able to lodge people. And then the other part of the puzzle is when we do arrest somebody, they're trying to keep jail numbers down and the courts are backed up, so the judges are getting, in many cases, low bonds. So we may arrest someone with a gun, they'll be right out the next day with a low bond. And we've seen many cases where we've had to arrest people 2 or 3 times that are out committing bond violations before they get lodged. So there's a lot more victimization that we can't get ahead of because they keep getting released. So really the whole criminal justice system, probation, parole, they're limited capacity. They're not, a lot of them are working from home and their ability to violate probation, parole is limited. So these are all levers that we can pull and use, especially with our group violence intervention, that right now that piece of the criminal justice system is not really working for us.
When it does open up, they're starting with March cases.
Yeah, so again, you know, they're starting with March cases when they open up in October. So those other cases will continue to stack. So it's really quite a mess as far as the criminal justice system goes, and a lot of it is COVID related. Yep.
Can you talk a little bit in terms of strategies like GVI, gun violence intervention, you know, typical community policing efforts that have been underway in the city? Just have you seen the impacts with those in terms of COVID?
Yes, so our GVI has been impacted on several fronts. Number one is, like I just talked about with the criminal justice piece, for that targeted enforcement and with certain legitimate consequences if you commit violent acts. That's the piece that the criminal justice system is supposed to be there for. But the other part is we were supposed to do a community call-in at the end of March. And that was because we were seeing an uptick in gun violence even back in March. And we were going to do a GVI call-in, which is when we bring all these people involved in from their group involved, we make them come to a call-in and they hear community moral voice, they hear a voice of aspiration, they hear a voice of pain, they hear a law enforcement message, they get offered help from social services. All the pieces of the GVI are presented to them. But unfortunately, due to COVID restrictions, we had to cancel that call-in. Right now, we're trying to creatively look at ways to do call-ins outside of a big group, where we're going to do, starting actually Wednesday, individual call-ins with some people on parole with that community team with social services and support and outreach and all those folks, talking to these individuals one-on-one at their parole office that we've identified as the most prevalent people involved in some of these ongoing back and forth feuds. Our street outreach workers, which are a big part of GBI, they've been sidelined because of COVID. They haven't been out in the field until just recently. They've been out in the field with us. We wanted to protect their health too. So it's been a lot of the tools with the support and outreach, the community side and the enforcement side has been impacted by COVID. And we're starting to see it play out in the results, because last year, when the GBI was working on all cylinders, we had reduced group involved shootings by 50% from the previous year. So we know that the strategy works. We know what we need to do. It's just, we have to, like the chief said, try to find creative ways in this current environment to make it work.
In terms of the numbers of the 41 shootings and 8 deaths that have occurred so far this year, are almost all those instances related to group-related violence, or are you seeing, instances of domestic violence and shootings and those sort of things as well? I'm just kind of curious in terms of like the makeup of that violence.
Yeah, so over half of our shootings, non-fatal shootings, are group involved this year, which is exact opposite of last year, where most of our shootings last year were domestic related or non-group involved. This year it's flip-flopped to most of them are group involved, and that includes our homicides. So one of the things that we put in place last year, recognizing that domestic violence is a big risk for some of our shootings and homicides, is we put together a high-risk domestic violence team, where we partnered with the YWCA and the Victims Assistance Unit at the prosecutor's office, kind of use the group violence intervention model just for domestic cases. So now we look at our domestic arrests or cases that come in every day, and we identify those that may be at high risk, and we'll make sure that the victim follows up with the prosecutor's office at the Victims Assistance Unit for prosecution. If they don't, then we will call the YWCA and get a crisis intervention worker from the YWCA to actually go out in the field with us and to contact these victims. And by doing that follow-up and just making sure all the pieces, services, and the criminal justice system and the courts are all working together, we've actually seen quite a reduction in domestic violence cases. But unfortunately, we've made up for it in our group violence spike that we're seeing right now.
Yeah. I've had a couple people just in the community ask as well, in terms of the 41 individuals who've been shot, the 8 individuals who have lost their lives. Have any arrests occurred in those cases? Are you finding that the vast majority of them are going unsolved? I'm just curious in terms of what that's looking like in the community.
Yes, unfortunately, last year we really had one of our best years as far as closure rates for shootings. Almost all of our non-fatal shootings and homicides, we actually had, there was some resolution to those. We had victims that wanted to come forward and prosecute and name the suspects, and so we were able to move forward with prosecution in the majority of our shooting cases last year. Well, this year we're seeing the exact opposite. We're seeing less and less people being willing to come forward and either be a witness or press charges against those involved. And so because of that, we're seeing, and I think it's really a symptom of what's going on in the greater society, when as we lose, as the law enforcement field loses legitimacy and trust, less people will come and talk to us. And the national climate about policing is very negative right now. So I think that's having an impact on us locally, where people aren't comfortable talking. And then it's also a vicious cycle, where as we see more and more violence, people feel more and more unsafe and more hesitant to come forward and talk because they're in fear of retaliation. So it's really a vicious cycle that we're seeing now, where we're getting less cooperation. Most of our shootings this year are unknown. I think as far as the homicides this year, we've only, out of the 8, have 2 that are closed, and the other 6 are open.
Had a chance to talk to some residents, had a chance to walk around Bronson Park and talk with a young resident who reached out, talk about just the devastation that's happening and the gun violence crisis that's going on right now. I hope to continue to get a chance to do that. But just kind of curious, is kind of a candid question, but just curious to kind of learn and hear, how are you and your team doing right now? I'm just curious, like what what goes through your head at night, when you're driving into work, what crosses your thought process, and just kind of curious where you are.
You mean as far as what I think about every night?
You as a person, when you go home, you hang the badge up, what crosses your mind?
Yeah, I think I never hang the badge up. All of us, this is a 24/7 position, and we have tremendous concern for this community and what's going on and how many victims are out there and how much trauma. But that's also the trauma that the officers are experiencing over their 25-year career. The bucket only has so much room in it. You fill the bucket pretty quickly when you're at the scenes of these shootings and dealing with the family members and experiencing that trauma with them. And then you get their feeling of the lack of support that they have as a profession, and things that are going on, and they're drawn to this life of service to serve this community. So I worry about them each and every day. I don't want anybody in this community injured, but I have 252, or I have 234 officers right now that each and every day pray that they go home to their families. And with increased shootings and violence, I worry about them. I worry about every member of this community, because I know they want to do a good job for this community. And how do I help them do that? How do I give them the tools? How do I navigate the political landscape? How do I give them the space to give this community the best service they deserve? And my badge is never hung up.
Is that it, Commissioner Pradel?
Yeah.
Okay. Other Vice Mayor Griffin.
Yeah, so I just want to lift up the shooting that I just mentioned. When we first started talking, a young boy has been shot on Lulu. So I just want to let this sit here. Prayers to his family and to his friends. And so, yes, there are many things that we need to discuss. Right now, I'm just going to kind of follow up on some of the questions that Commissioner Pradel just asked. And so with the systems being backed up, as far as people being able to stay in jail, in terms of a strategy from the Department of Public Safety, are there officers in these areas posted up where we know shootings are happening, or if we've got an idea of who these folks are through the gun violence initiative, is that happening? I'm trying to ask about the questions for communities. I know there are so many things that are out of control for a lot of different people, so I'm just asking about that specific piece. Is that something that community can look forward to in terms of immediate strategies of feeling safe?
Yeah, so our strategy, if with this back and forth, if we experience a shooting on the south side and we think there's going to be retaliation, our troops know immediately what those areas are and try to saturate those areas and try to be ahead on all of that. When those shootings occur, we also get intelligence where we put officers on there in those areas. And I'll have Dave go in a little deeper about how we've identified some of these shooters and some of those strategies that we're using. A couple of them he touched on already. And one of my biggest challenges in dealing with all of this is staffing. I have only so many officers every night to put on these issues, and trying to have adequate resource deployment to all those situations to try to be one step ahead of that. And we certainly want to do that. I am seeing officers retire early at a rate I've never seen before. It's created a lot of vacancies. I've had to move a lot of officers out of original positions. And so we're trying to regroup and strategize exactly around that, Vice Mayor. Where is the next likely occurrence? And unfortunately, with how some of these shootings are occurring and they're moving from vehicles, it makes it more difficult. And the criminal justice system, so many vehicles out there without license plates because the Secretary of State has not been open, and the transfer of vehicles and trying to get adequate description and vehicles change. It's a challenge, but we are always trying to stay one step ahead on all these shootings and who's on which one and where the next one occurs, so that we absolutely minimize the amount of violence to this community. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. And I know there's been some specific videos and things that have gone up that the community has had a chance to see. And so I understand that there's strategy. So I never want to ask the question to reveal certain things, but just in terms of community. So, we're seeing these things, we're hearing these things. And of course, this is a very layered situation. One of the things I do want to ask, just for clarity, there have been a few members of community who have asked in terms of what's being done about the shootings. And there have been a few different narratives lifted up in terms of commission has told, KDPS that they're not to enforce anything because of Black Lives Matter. And so just to offer some clarity around that in terms of direction or guidance as far as enforcement. And I'll extend this from just to paint the picture, living on the north side, you can't literally turn the street without seeing an officer present. So just to clear up for community, we see officers here, but then with certain things, if you can shed a little light on that.
So the first statement you have, officers have not been told that. They have not been told to go out there and not enforce. So I hope that answers that question. But we also know that currently with the national climate and the anti-police sentiment that it is out there, that officers are at a higher risk. So we have told them, look at risk versus reward, right? Is a small misdemeanor incident that's going to draw a large crowd and create an incident worth it when we can be in another area doing a directed patrol that might have more of an effect in another area? So it's really de-escalation, gauging the situation, making sure you have backup, being alert to your surroundings. At the end of the day, our job is to keep this community safe. Absolutely. And all those officers out there know that. We just have to be very mindful in our approach in serving the community. I didn't miss anything?
Thank you for that, Chief. And just the last comment, just in terms of this, for fellow commissioners, as we've heard, the GBI is an initiative that's happening, but I definitely do not want to discredit, discount, or not acknowledge the many community members that are on the ground who do this work in and out of COVID all of the time, that are usually under or not resourced at all. And so as we look towards solutions for, this issue, like I said, there's many layers and levels. Enforcement is one thing, but that's always a line item in the budget. But when it comes to community investments, that's always a program or something that's an initiative. We need to flip that way of thinking and invest more into our communities, and to the people that can continue to do this work on the ground, so that even when initiatives like GBI aren't able to continue working, work is still being done and being supported.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. Other commissioners with comments or questions? Commissioner Hess.
First of all, Chief Boysen, Chief Thomas, thank you for your work and for being here tonight to shed some light on these issues. Chief Boysen, I just have a question. You mentioned the street outreach workers. Can you please elaborate on that a bit? And what is it? Are those officers? Are those civilians? And what is their role?
Thanks, Commissioner. So they are civilians, and we work closely with the rest of the GBI team as far as the other partners on the board, which is Isaac, which really was the big push to bring GBI here. So our partners at Isaac were behind us looking at this strategy that we've been running with ever since. Northside Ministry Alliance, Urban Alliance was our social service partner, and all of our law enforcement partners on the board. One of the things we looked at is we wanted to hire a group violence intervention coordinator, which we were able to do. That they actually worked out of Urban Alliance through a grant, and Michael Wilder is our group violence intervention coordinator. One of the things we tasked him to do is find a core group of people that live in the neighborhoods, like Vice Mayor was talking about, people that are on the ground doing the work, that are able to maybe do that kind of moral voice. The informal social controls about violence is not acceptable, and we stand with law enforcement that we don't want violence in our community. So one of the things we use is street outreach workers, and we have about 7 core street outreach workers throughout the city that we're able to call. So if I have a shooting on the south side, I can call some of the street outreach workers on the south side to maybe share information about what we hear is going on, see what they're hearing, and then they're with us when they do a custom notification where they go with us in the field with social services and law enforcement to talk to people about maybe calming things down, and then offer of that support to help. So they're really a way that we can communicate directly with our residents and kind of create that two-way communication about what's going on, and maybe they open doors for us that normally we couldn't get to as far as getting our message out about trying to calm some of these events down. So they're really a key part of the GVI strategy. Law enforcement is a small part of the GVI. I think some people think that it's all about enforcement. That's a small part. And in fact, if we have to do a lot of enforcement, then GVI is failing because our message isn't getting out properly. Enforcement is the last resort if those other things fail, and there's a couple people that we need to intervene to protect the community from, then we'll certainly do that. But our goal is to keep people alive and out of prison, and our street outreach workers are a big piece of that.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Commissioner Hess? Other commissioners? Commissioner Cunningham.
So I have a laundry list here. So I really want to focus in on this responsive piece that the city's goals, that our goals incorporate. As I mentioned before, I think I stated that we need comprehensive change in communication, comprehensive change in accountability, and a comprehensive change in standards. I really want to focus in on this responsive accountability right now. So to the community at large, I've had a conversation with each individual, mine is Clerk Borling, that are pictured right here as it pertains to how do we ensure accountability for our actions as it pertains to KDPS, and how is that systematically built in? So to City Manager or Chief Thomas, I asked for the data analytics piece. You guys given it to me. How do you envision that to play a role in accountability moving forward?
Yeah, sure. In my mind, the data accountability will play out through CSPRAB. The information, and as was mentioned, benchmark analytics and use of force, all of those real-time data will be shared with CSPRAB and also the City Commission. And my hope would be that the feedback we get would provide the accountability. Ultimately, I'm accountable to the City Commission. You're responsible to the citizenry, and administration, public safety, and so forth are responsible through me. And we want to be held accountable. We're not running away from anything. I think the more we can have the right data sets that we want to report on, and just be transparent and be honest about what's going on. If there are situations that warrant further review, we're open to that. I'm open to that. And we just want to make sure that the accountability is fair to the officers, fair to, and fair to those in the community that are impacted by some of these complaints and so forth. So it's really going to be data reported out to CSPRAB and commission that will hold us accountable.
So my ask behind that, I want to piece that out. So there's two different pieces that I think are going congruent at the same time. What I've advised, and I've had this conversation to the community with everybody on this panel. So my suggestion was that CSPRAB has more of a day-to-day accountability piece. So as it pertains to citizen complaints, they get that information, expediently, and that process goes from there as it pertains to their authority and abilities. The other component, as I think that goes back to my colleagues as it pertains to the City Commission, is how are we holistically responsible for our KDPS officers from January to February? January to December. So from January to December, I think the Lambert report is a great example where we did a study and it reflected that we had biases within our force. Because that's the easiest one to pinpoint, I'll just utilize that. Since 2013, there has not been, to my understanding, there has not been a holistic or a complete response given back out to the community. A part of that is communication, where there have been a lot of positive outcomes that have come from the Lambert report and changes within KDPS because of that report, but there's been no accountability. And I say that from the standpoint of, if there was accountability, then the commission would have came back to at least generate a report, rerun that Lambert report or something along those lines. Now we're having this conversation on a national level. And so it's really honed in here locally because it's given us a platform to kind of dig into these issues again. To my colleagues, I've stated to you before, we have to be responsible for the outcomes of every department. As it pertains to KDPS, I want to highlight that each department has different intricacies, different components that are of concern. I don't think that this is a form of micromanaging, but as I stated, we need to synthesize 5, 10, 20 different items that we want to measure consistently every year. And I think that at least for the City Commission allows us to speak confidently as it pertains to the outcomes and the expectations of our KDPS officers. So I guess my question behind that to Jim. So CSPRAB, you mentioned that their meeting notes will be sent to us as a body. What I specifically asked is that this body have consenting power over 4 different items. Those 4 items, one being they have consenting power to citizen complaints. And what does that look like procedurally? What I advised is every city complaint that comes in, KDPS still does the investigation. Chief Thomas comes up with either a punitive response or other, and then this body, CSPRAB, consents to it. And if they do not consent to it, then it gets elevated up to Manager Ritzma, who is responsible for that department. And if Manager Ritzma can't get all 3 parties, himself and those 2 on the same page, then it should be elevated up to the City Commission for information and knowledge. How do you, with the recommended information sharing of the meeting minutes, how how do you suggest that the city commission depict what's important and what's not important and read between the lines as it pertains to those minutes?
So the whole idea of reporting is to share information, and out of that information could be further details that are needed. So I think it's a back and forth on a particular complaint or a particular event that, you know, we would talk more about, you know, whether it's with CSPRAB or the commission at that level.
So, and that goes back into my concern. I think that it'll be an issue of, and it's not uncommon, where information gets fed to the commission, and unless somebody from the commission is just dialed in completely, the day in, the day out, there may be things that get missed. Once again, I have a concern about that information being presented to us in real time so that we can at least weigh in on our thoughts, our opinions, and hold you accountable as it pertains to KDPS outcomes. So I do not find that us receiving just meeting minutes will be acceptable. And I would like for us, I guess my next question behind that is, explain to me, how is it that when there is a conflict of CSPRAB and KDPS and their line of thinking, how is it that we will consistently receive this information as a body of city commission?
So the information that we're proposing to share would be actual meeting minutes, you know, which is a transcript of what's happened during the meeting, along with the reports that were outlined by Deputy City Manager Moore. And, you know, the CSPRAB right now is an administrative body that is set up by the city manager. And this, you know, predates me. This has been in place for quite a while. I think over time it has evolved. And when I first came on board in 2013, I don't believe CSPRAB was very active. And since then, you know, we've worked with the members and community members on kind of reformulating how CSPRAB works with the city manager and what that relationship is like. And I take whatever the CSPRAB provides as determination on a particular complaint. I take those very seriously. I have to respond to those back to the board within 30 days. And I have to respond saying what happened with the recommendation, and you know, whether it's a policy change and the why behind that, and the what, to, you know, we agree, and, you know, nothing more needs to be changed, and all the way to, you know, a policy change or some other determination. So it's that back and forth, I think, that provides the value. As far as the city commission goes, then again, you'll be seeing what CSPRAB is seeing, and you know, that's as much as we can give in real time to what's going on with CSPRAB, whether there's complaints, you know, brought forward, all of that. So I think it's kind of the process of how it works that I think just gives another level of accountability by reporting to the commission what's happening at CSPRAB and entertaining questions from that.
So I want to say that I personally feel that is not the standard that we should allow as a body city commission. We need clarity as it pertains to what's a problem and what's not a problem. And receiving minutes every, you know, however often that this body will meet, because sometimes they'll have those emergency situations. I believe that we need to find a different path forward as it pertains to accountabilities on as it pertains to citizen complaints. And the checks and balances is not there And until the city commission takes responsibility for the outcomes, to me, we're falling short of the goal. So I won't beat a dead horse on that one. I'll ask that my colleagues weigh in on your thoughts and your opinions as it pertains to citizen complaints and when we should and should not receive information. I don't want to be overburdened with randomness. I want information that is direct and to at least, and the reason for this isn't for accountability of CSPRAB and accountabilities per se of Carrie Ann Thomas, because our body oversees Manager Ritzma. And this is a part of, when we do our evaluations, we need to have an understanding of, you know, where we think he's been successful and where we think he's fallen short, where there are room for improvement or other. And until we can definitively say, okay, 13 items this year was, you know, CSPRAB did not agree with KDPS. And out of those 13 items, you know, Manager Ritzma decided to fall with the decision of KDPS, then that's something that I think we need to review and have a better understanding of. Not to say that it's right or wrong, but I think it's something that we have to have an intentional measure of. And until we get that information and that it's in a procedure that I think is manageable, right now, the one that is proposed is not acceptable for me. So CSPRAB, I also advise that they have input on policies and procedures. The importance of that is this, for the community at large, so you can get a better understanding, because most of the people at the table already understand. So as it pertains to policies and procedures, we need real-time responsiveness on what works, what doesn't work. Even through this process, we may change a few policies here and there, or whatever that may look like. And then we need to have a measurement in place and some eyes in place that isn't just solely on KDPS to say whether this is working or not. I think that a good avenue for that is simply by looking at those citizen complaints. If there's one, for example, if there's use of force and that's the consistent complaint, then because CSPRAB is in on those details, they will be able to hopefully better identify where things are of concern. With that being said, how it's typically happened in the past is KDPS is the ones who review their policies and make a change based on either, you know, best practices across the nations, things of that nature. Let me ask one question. Let me pin that right there. Chief Thomas or Manager Ritzma, whoever, either one of you, have we used, can you identify some community engagement, our community engagement process that we've utilized as it pertains to, you know, some of our policy changes and procedural changes?
I can give one example. When we were considering body-worn cameras, the department kept the CSPRAB board informed. They showed them the different cameras that they were testing. They asked for their input. Before the policies were finalized, they brought those policies to the board, asked for their input, things that they would like to see different. And until that whole scenario was finished, that board was kept informed of that process all the way through. So that is an example where they had direct impact upon a policy and procedure.
Thank you.
To that, off the top of my head, Commissioner Cunningham, without thinking, one was our unbiased policing right after the traffic stop study went in front of CSPRAB, and then our consent to search policy also, which came out of the traffic stop study, were both brought in front of CSPRAB and our options and had discussions relative to those.
So thank you for that clarity. Thank you for that understanding, which goes back into my expectations of this body as a city commission. My advisement to city manager was that this body, CSPRAB, once again have consenting abilities to, as it pertains to policies and procedures. So if there's a policy that changes through Chief Thomas, because she, you know, She's the authority as it pertains to that. I want it, to my knowledge, and correct me if I'm wrong, CSPRAB right now is the active body to look at those changes and say yay or nay, or at least give thoughts towards it. Once again, I want to give them more teeth as it pertains to consenting abilities and or suggestion abilities. And once again, following the same procedure line that I suggested before, where the policies and procedures, if KDPS and CSPRAB do not come to an understanding, then at that point, it gets escalated up to Jim. And then if Jim can't mediate it, then it gets escalated up to the city commission. And when I say escalated up to city commission, once again, to the community at large, this isn't for us to dictate what Jim ultimately decides, but it's for us to have an ability to, once again, when it's time to have an eval or things of that nature, one, we can speak intelligently in regards to, you know, our perceptions of change or what's worked and what's not worked. But two, it gives us the ability to, once again, start creating those extra checks and balances, levels of accountability. My question behind that is, how does the body, or how does KDPS and Manager Ritzma propose that the commission can be more in detail with this form of accountability?
So I would really have to think about that and turn towards the city attorney for some questions related to how our charter is set up, how our form of governance is set up with city manager and operations. You know, again, we propose what you're talking about here. We already proposed that for CSPRAB, the procedures review. I'm not sure what consent means. Is that approval or disapproval? You know, right now we gather input from them and, you know, take that input and we can change the policies before they're implemented. So I'm just not sure how that consent is meant to work with, you know, the way we're set up under governance.
Did Clyde want to weigh in, or am I froze? Okay, I'm still here.
Well, the issue is this, that CSPRAB is a sounding board, is a committee of the city manager, and he can use that board as he sees fit. There is no, I don't think, necessity for CSPRAB to agree with what public safety may wish to do or suggest to be done. Right now, they work somewhat based upon what Patsy outlined earlier in the meeting, somewhat hand in glove. That's not to say that there isn't some, I don't want to say tension, that's too strong a word, but to say that there isn't sometime a disagreement or a different point of view. It's up for the manager then. He can say, okay, I heard the chief's point of view, I've heard CSPRAB's point of view, now it falls to me to make a decision. And obviously he's responsible for that decision. He can report to the commission what his decision was, but I don't think there is a necessity for one body to agree with another. It's not any different than if when people have meetings, if you're the person who's got to make the decision, you go around the table and you ask everybody their opinion. In fact, in my own staff, I encourage disagreement. If they disagree with me, I say, okay, challenge me. I want to hear your point of view. And they've changed my mind on occasion. So I welcome that. I don't want to say dissent, but I welcome somebody challenging the conventional thinking and let me think about it a different way. Ultimately, though, it's the city manager's decision to say, this is the way I'm going to proceed. And obviously he's responsible to the city commission to respond to that, but there is no requirement that there be a consent or a signing off of the CSPRAB board, which is his group of people. He's using them as a sounding board as to what's being suggested both in terms of input into and reaction from the Public Safety Department.
Which is completely understandable, for which it sounds like this is, the city administration's way of saying, no, we're not going to do that. So let me ask you this, Clyde, would you advise, or even Clyde or Jim, what would you advise to be the alternative? Because there needs to be a form of accountability as it pertains to each one of these. I'm going through 4 different ones and we're on number 2 right now. There needs to be a form of accountability as it pertains to the policies and procedures that get presented. As of right now, how I view it and how I believe a lot of people in the community view it is, if you got a complaint, you got a concern, you want to, whatever information you need, want, or think of, you have to go to KDPS for that information. Nobody else has it. So it's kind of a conflict of interest when you have a citizen who is concerned about something, they bring it to you, and the only people who can answer it is the individuals who they're concerned about. And so I want a level of checks and balances. And as it pertains to policies and procedures and citizen complaints, and we'll talk about the other 2 after this, I still need more levels of accountability as it pertains to checks and balances. So if this is a definitive no, this is something that we are not going to do, then then present to me what the alternative is. What is the alternative? Can we create a commission, a body for the commission to review these sentiments or issues? Is that an alternative?
Well, it depends on what it is that you're looking for. And I guess I think Patsy knows best as to what have been the nature of the complaints. Pick a time period, the last 3 months, the last 3 years, what have been the nature of the complaints that have been received and how many have we received? I think there's the idea right there in terms of, for those people who do come forward, what are the issues? And
well, that didn't answer my question, Clyde. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but
all right.
If we cannot have this CSPRAB board with more authority, what is our alternative as it pertains to, because what I'm hearing is a definitive no, we're not going to give them consenting, approval, disapproval, however you want to term it, abilities. And I think there needs to be a checks and balances. So if that's not the route, can we as a city commission create our own body or board to I guess be a part of that process? If not, then I think we would just have a clear understanding that the administration is saying, no, we're not going to do this in this form of accountability. We do not believe is useful as it pertains to us moving forward.
Commissioner Cunningham, I'd just like to jump in for a moment here. So just a couple of things. I know you've got 2 other topics you'd like to address under this, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I want to think about this in general. I know that I think may have as many as 70 folks lined up for commenting. Is that accurate? I'm not sure who's watching those numbers.
Yes, Mayor, that's the approximate.
Okay, approximately 70 folks. So I want to keep that in mind, is that we will have that coming forward as well. And I believe that the questions that you're asking of administration on this one, Commissioner Cunningham, probably would be similar questions on your next 2 topics. Do you think that's inaccurate?
No, I think the next 2 topics have different complexities than the previous 2. These 2, I think, are relatively, I feel that they're reasonable ask, and we don't have any charter or union contracts that cause a barrier, where the next 2 issues, I think, run into that charter and contract barrier. So I think it's important to have that piece of the conversation too.
Okay.
So Commissioner Cunningham, I don't intend to come across as being obstinate or disagree. we're about transparency and being the best we can be, and all of us being held accountable. We prepared an action plan to kind of lay out the work that we saw before us over the next 0 to 12 months, or the next few months. And, we're committed to doing that work. We've met with CSPRAB. We've made some changes. Complaints can go directly to CSPRAB. They don't even have to go to public safety anymore. And then CSPRAB would convey that to public safety, and then that would be brought back to CSPRAB after investigation and so forth. So, we're definitely about improvement in the process. I can't answer tonight, what other alternatives are. I would be more than open to looking at other alternatives, what other communities, that have a city manager commission form of government, how they're set up. We're just going to need some time to do that, and be true to the rest of the actions that we committed to as well. So please don't take this as a no. It's we certainly can do more research on it and bring something back.
Okay. Thank you as it pertains to those two topics, and then I'll move forward to the next one. So the next two, I would love for CSPRAB to have consenting approval, disapproval ability, or some type of heavy weigh-in that is has teeth as it pertains to promotees and new hires. Let me start off with the new hires. So I've been a part of the commission and actively engaged with citizen with our previous chief and the chief that we have now. It is well known, not just here, but nationally, that it is hard to recruit individuals for this specific job. My concern is that it's been 4 years and it's still been the same response, that we're falling short of that mark. Once again, I think there needs to be a form of accountability that will say 4 years from now, we're not going to have the same for lack of better terms, excuse or same response, that we're still falling short. I want to see a form of accountability as it pertains to city commission to be able to hold our process accountable as it pertains to bringing in new hires. With that being said, to my knowledge, there may be some issues. This goes into, does that go beyond the extent and authority of the city commission? Is it going too far into what the charter says, where we can't really dictate the components of the day-to-day activity of our city manager? So with that being said, can I get an update? And I noticed you kind of spoke to it. Can I get an update on what we're doing in order to see that change in new hires? And also give me an update on the accountability component, because I think that's the piece. How is it that the city commission is holding our hiring process accountable?
I'll ask the chief to talk about the actual hiring process.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Cunningham. The question about who's holding the hiring process accountable, is that your question? I'm not quite clear, I'm sorry.
So my ask, since 2015, previous chief, and then also you, Chief Thomas, has been that we bring in officers who are a reflection of the community that they are serving. I personally have felt like we have not met that standard. And I have received multiple responses that that standard is hard to achieve in a hiring process because of the nature of what we've been dealing with nationally. What is it that we can do as a city commission to hold this body accountable so that in 5 months, or when this next, I know we have a new hiring process rolling, that we don't get 15 individuals who 1 or 2 look like our community or reflect the the diversity of our community and the remainders do not. And when I say that, that doesn't just mean, the color of their skin. That means the complexities of our community, individuals who have an understanding of what a mid-sized city with the diverse components that we have are being hired.
So I guess when you say hold me accountable for not meeting that hiring goal, that's diverse and local is always what we're looking for when we recruit. We don't always meet that goal. And you're right, you hear that every single time. And we continue to try to do more outreach efforts, to try to engage everybody who has an interest in it, who can bring us more local and diverse candidates, more females, more Spanish speaking officers, people that have service, heart for service to do this work. Not only do we not meet that goal, we never meet our numbers of vacancies we have to fill. So we continue to look at every single hiring process. We break it down by every single segment as to why are we losing people between the application and the test? Why are we losing people between the test and filling out the background packet? Why are we losing people between the background packet and the first interview? And we analyze that by demographics, by gender, to see where some hurdles are or some things we can do to improve. And every single hiring process we look at for the next one to see how we can be more successful. So whether that's looking at giving City of Kalamazoo residents a free online test and preference points, as well as those with Urban Corps experience, MCOLs, or firefighting, trying to do background workshops to have more people complete those backgrounds by putting our physical agility video online so everyone knows exactly what's going to be expected of them. We try to bring in fair and impartial policing questions through our instructors into every interview process. We try to make sure that our events happen that make them require the least amount of time between the next event to keep people on the line. And I can go down and down. So we're constantly looking at that, and yet we never meet that goal, but it doesn't stop us from trying. And as far as holding me accountable for doing that, that's what you'd have to have Jim do.
And Carrie, I'm sorry, Commissioner, I think, Carrie, you want to talk about your conversation with the school superintendent?
I don't think I'm ready to solidify that right now, although I did meet with the superintendent last week about coming up with an initiative to create sort of that hiring pool for KDPS at age 21 starting in the high schools and developing some program and curriculum for that. Because that's an untapped market now. I'll never see those results, but we're always thinking about that, as we're looking at it. But I have never met that goal. I wish every single time I could meet that goal. I don't even meet the hiring numbers goal.
And I just want to insert at this point what I'm advising. Two of these, so it's three things that I think are imperative. But let me paint the picture and correct me if I'm wrong, Carrie Ann. So in order to effectively become an officer, and an officer includes so many different complexities as it pertains EMS, fire, and then public safety, which is not usual for departments across the United States. That being said, my advisement is three different things that I think we need to really hone in on. So the first is, where are we recruiting? In 2015 or 16, we removed our recruitments from the Carolinas as it pertains to HBCUs. Was it HBCU? Am I correct in saying that?
Yeah, we looked out of state before the commission had wanted local and diverse to be our recruiting goals. So that would have been in 2014, I believe. So,
I think that one of the focuses for which I think we are on focus as it pertains to what you just stated, Chief Thomas, is where are we recruiting at? And I know that list is extensive from A to Z. I've seen it on multiple occasions. But I think that that's the importance of really getting with the community and determining what cultural competency is, and ensuring, for me, that should be our number one skill set that anybody should have before they step foot into into our community. But I don't want to be the dictator on what that means. That's the reason why it's very important for the community at large to have input on that. That being said, I know that there are certain parts, and I won't name them right now, in that process that you guys utilize to actually find, cultural competency. Is there a conflict in regards to us going in as a community and weighing in on what that looks like or should not look like? Because I know that we receive, for example, if you served in the Army, then there's a diversity component that's measured in that. And I don't believe that should be, me personally, and like I said, I don't think that I should dictate this, but I don't believe that should be measured as a level of diversity. One that is, in my personal mind, as it comes to these larger communities, in my personal opinion, that personality of an individual who has been trained to be militant shouldn't be given priority to serve on our streets. Maybe it works for other communities, but Eric's personal opinion, it isn't a reflection of ours. So is there a way that the community can have a sit down, whether it be CSPRAB, whether it be, some other form, and have input on what cultural competency is and how it's determined through the process of hiring?
And I would think CSPRAD would be an excellent, because I can't meet a goal if I don't understand the definition. And in the military, and being a veteran comes with some rights that come with it. And as a 14-year military veteran, I bring a lot to the table due to my military service. And I look for that in some of the hires, also having worked in a very diverse environment. But if that's not part of the definition, then I need to know that. And that would be maybe something through CSPRAB.
Well, I'm not saying that shouldn't be a measurement and it shouldn't be reflected positively in our process. What I'm saying is, as it pertains to diversity, I don't think that is a useful measurement. And so that's not here nor there. Yeah. But let me move on. So the other component is, who is it that's identifying? My advisement is any individual who is reviewing these applications, that individual, the core of that individual should be a reflection of cultural competency as it pertains to our community. I'm not talking about an individual who went through 5 years of training. I'm talking about an individual who was born and raised in a diverse population that is very similar, and their first nature is to respond with that form of cultural competency of this community. So I think it's imperative that whoever it is, and I know that this is a part of the process, there are multiple points where you are reviewing this individual's application. And when you're reviewing this application, that individual should be able to identify those cultural competencies. I think there is something to say when I was born and raised in the UP, and I went to Northern Michigan versus I was born and raised in Detroit, Michigan, and I went to U of M or Michigan State or the such. I think there are some components and some easy ways that we can identify from an HR standpoint, who may be a better fit as it pertains to cultural competency. I understand that that's not always the case, but I think more often than not, that's a reflection in the best practice. The last thing that I wanted to highlight, so where are we recruiting? What, who's reviewing this application? And then an application and resume. And then the last one is, I know that a piece of it is the interview process. As it pertains to the interview process, once again, the individuals who are conducting the interview should be individuals who their core being should be a form of cultural competency. Not only trained, but also born and raised within that, so that they can have an eye to identify, these individuals who are best fit to serve our community. So those are my three suggestions as it pertains to that. My ask behind that is that, once again, City Commission, we find ways to hold this body accountable for meeting whatever that goal is, and I don't want to dictate that. So we need a systematic approach, not just I trust Jim or I trust Carrie Ann. I'm sorry, I trust City Manager or I trust Chief Thomas. It should be a systematic route to say, okay, this is the benchmark. We missed it, we didn't, or we over, whatever. So that we can say we need room for improvement, or we can say we need, to incentivize it because they're knocking it out of the park. These are the things that need to be in place. And this is what our community deserves as it pertains to bringing on new officers. As you guys know, but the community may not know, but over, I believe probably close to half, if not over half of our officers are only 5 years in. So I think a lot of them, one, let me rephrase, before I even go into that, every officer, specifically those of color that I've spoken to that are still working or retired, all will say we have a great public safety. There are a lot of great people within that force. So as I stated before, while I'm on my soapbox, it's got to be better communication and accountability. And I think if we can figure that out, the community will be more responsive and receptive to, whatever our responses are. So that is that for that. The other piece is promotees. My concern with promotions is there have been individuals who have been promoted, and there are certain pieces of their historical policing within our community that reflects bad on them. It is not uncommon where there's been multiple occasions where citizens come up to me and say, hey, how did this person get this job or has been promoted to this job, with these type of incidences in their background. Once again, my advisement is that CSPRAB have the ability to, have some form of consenting or weighing in on that process. Once again, that may fall into some charter conflicts. So my question to city staff is, how is it that we can ensure real-time information as it pertains to individuals getting promoted? Because I've been sideswiped on numerous occasions to say such and such got promoted to this job and they did X, Y, and Z. And so that could be 5, 6, 2 years down the road where I'm getting that information. So once again, coming back to the city commission, we often receive updates when we know that something's going to hit the, either litigation or it's something that is going to hit the news cycle. So I think that this is also something that we need to be integral, real-time information as it pertains to, some of these issues and conflicts. So city staff, can you give some insight, some thoughts, maybe some suggestions? Once again, I understand Manager Ritzma, this may not be, I don't want to throw you off the cuff in regards to trying to figure this out on the dais, but these are some of the things that I need worked on and I need answers to let me rephrase, that the city commission should be held accountable also.
Yeah, I would welcome, guidance from the commission as a body on this. And, again, we can look at our hiring process as a continuous improvement and, and where we can open up the promotion process as far as, reporting out. I think that would also, be a part of it.
And so to the community at large, there are a lot of other issues that are going on that are still, I think, in due time we'll be speaking to. But I just really wanted to personally get all of these things out, my concerns, so that the community at large understands where I'm coming from, where I'm personally working from, and where my line of thinking is at. To this body of the city commission, once again, thank you for all of the time that you guys have spent with me over the last few weeks, whether it's calls of concern, whether it's calls of debate, calls of critical thinking. I appreciate it and I need it. And I want you guys, KDPS, Manager Ritzma, and all of the supporting administration to continuously feel comfortable to reach out to me, because these issues can't be resolved by the city commission alone. These issues can't be resolved by the community alone. It has to be, inclusive with the experts, which would be KDPS in the room, has to be inclusive with, Manager Ritzma, who is, ultimately the overseer of that body in the room. So once again, I appreciate you guys for your time, and to the community at large. If there are some things that you didn't hear in this conversation, please know and understand that all of it right now is being discussed, worked on as a part of this process. And yeah, I think we're headed in the right direction. Once again, last but not least, to my electeds, please weigh in on some of these things. I mentioned it, take a stance. So I need to have a better understanding of where you're at, where you're not at, and for which a lot of you have. But when I see that the administration hasn't necessarily grappled on to everything that I'm stating, and I don't mean to be the bearer of right or wrong, but I at least, if there is a place and space where I just don't have the support, then I need to know that in order to effectively do my job better. So that I now yield my time. Thank you, Mayor Anderson. I know I extended this conversation quite a bit.
You owe me. Thank you, Commissioner Cunningham. Commissioner Urban? Commissioner Urban, you're muted. Still muted.
There.
There we go.
Okay, sorry. Well, first of all, I think it's great that we're having this conversation with all of us present at once. We all, this way, with all of us present, we're all hearing the questions at the same time, and we're all hearing the answers at the same time. This is something I've been trying to encourage us to do because it's what the county has been doing for years with their committee of the whole meetings. And they found a way to make them productive. Here we're doing was essentially a committee of the whole meeting. We're dealing with something that is going to take multiple meetings to work through. It doesn't have to have a up or down vote at every meeting, but it needs to be discussed, and it needs to lines of research and follow-up have to be maybe thought of to be handled between meetings. So the process of having this long meeting, I think, is well overdue, and I'm glad we're doing it. So let's keep on with it because we're not done yet. My general comments on what Commissioner Cunningham has said is it comes down to building trust. So much of what Commissioner Cunningham was speaking of has come from experience and observation of how the city's department and relationships with CSPRAB or its predecessor has been going on in the past. And there's been some mistrust that's been built maybe through neglect rather than through anything deliberate over the years. We can go on and on with trying to resolve the past. But what I would like for us to do is to say we're on a new level of intention now, a higher level of intention, and we're looking forward and not looking back. And so everything we do needs to be with the idea of, will it build trust? And with the way you build trust is by verifying, and then we get back to measurement. So just to summarize my main impressions I wanted to just convey to the rest of my colleagues is, it seems to me two prerequisites for progress in the areas that Commissioner Cunningham is talking about. One is communication, and within communication, it's timeliness. Timeliness is huge, and I agree fully with with Commissioner Cunningham about the minutes of CSPRAB meetings not being sufficiently timely. I propose that we consider having all CSPRAB meetings be video recorded and available to all city commissioners to view on their own time within a day of that meeting. So we're not waiting for minutes to be collated and what gets put in minutes and what gets put out. Believe me, I know that there's a lot of dinking around that can go with that because I've done it in various bodies that I've been a secretary of. So having the whole thing videotaped is a great way to speed up the timeliness of communication to the commission and to the public at large. So that's one concrete modification or suggestion I wanted to just put out there. And that'll be it for now.
Thank you, Commissioner Urban. Other comments or concerns germane to this particular topic?
I did want to ask really quickly, before we move on, Commissioner Cunningham, you had started off with the first two items, and City Manager, you said that you were going to get back to them. I just want to make sure we have a time frame on these things so that we have some sort of benchmarks.
That being the research of other communities.
Yes, or some sort of,
accountability.
I believe, yeah, Commissioner was asking you all to come up with some and report those back out. And so, yeah, what type of time frame are we going to put on those?
Well, we're going to have to work that into the action plan. Again, we're committed to what we said we would do in the action plan. If we're taking or adding things to it, we're going to have to adjust what else there is. We have only a limited amount of capacity that we can take on this. So I would go back, or we can go back into the action plan and add that into the CSPRAB piece and come back with a timeline for that at the next meeting.
Okay, is that okay? So I just want to switch directions just really quickly, just to get clarification. I know we're getting ready to go into comments, but and I did ask this earlier, but just in terms of enforcement, Chief, just to shed a little light on that, because that has been at least something that I've been hearing from various community on different issues, and I had a chance to be a part of the conversation that happened on Thursday with respects to speeding. And so there seems to be some disconnect or lack of clarity for better words, around enforcement on speeding. And so seems to be some discrepancy between enforcement and profiling. And so those two aren't the same thing, but I just wanted to offer you all, if you all want to speak to that. And I know you had mentioned earlier that your officers are kind of given discretion to figure out if a situation is safe for them to pursue. So I just wanted to get a little bit more clarity around that.
So I think the discussion on Thursday about traffic enforcement, and I think even I say, there's never a cop around when you need one, right? And that always pertains to traffic enforcement. And particularly since COVID and everyone was locked down, I think we could all agree that people's driving habits have not gotten for the better. And the biggest complaint we get citywide is about traffic and traffic enforcement. We reinstituted the traffic unit this year after a 6 or 7 year hiatus due to staffing. And we started the traffic unit, which consists of one traffic officer who does traffic enforcement for the whole city. Now, all the other officers can do traffic enforcement, but they also are going to calls for service. And there's also that, just to put it out there, doing a traffic stop study and looking, the indications are for profiling is that there's a natural hesitation. If we do a lot of traffic stops, will it look like we're profiling? Now that's methodology that's figured out by a lot of other people, but that's a real part of the conversation. There's not enough officers to have a bigger traffic unit at this time. I wish there was. But that means that every day when the calls come in, it's, you know, putting a Band-Aid on, running traffic enforcement where public services has the street cut down, running traffic enforcement up where there's exhibition driving. And that's really been limited in our response. Traffic stops have gone down in the last 90 days. Calls for service are unusually high given the entire motoring public and other those jobs are working from home. It's a really weird dynamic in that. Does that answer your question or not, Vice Mayor? I feel like I went off in a little sideways.
No, that's fine. I mean, I'm just trying to get the picture painted for community for people who are literally seeing officers in the community and are wondering, you know, what's happening with that. And so I guess it goes back to kind of a question that I asked at the last commission meeting, which some of the things that Commissioner Cunningham kind of touched on is where is communities' involvement and how they are, you know, in with policing, because, you know, communities can't feel like they're being left hanging because of certain historical things and practices that occur. And so if you put more police in an area, you're going to find more. So maybe that goes back to how communities are policed and not over policing and making sure that part is addressed. But I just wanted to make sure I touched on that because, you know, as we're having all of these different things happening in the community and we're still seeing and then hearing that, you know, we don't have enough officers, it just makes people wonder, well, what's happening with the ones that I see in front of me? And so just there's never really the mechanism for communication. We're having the conversations about CSRAB now, but, you know, every day community is going through things every day. You know, there's things that need to be addressed and just trying to figure out how those questions can get answered and actually some changes can be made at the community level.
Vice Mayor Griffin, that's it for you then? Yeah.
For this. Oh, and Chief, will you be sticking around after the comments? That's my last question for right now.
How many comments are in line? Can I be honest? I've been here 15 hours now, so I can't guarantee. But I can if you're asking me to, Vice Mayor.
I mean, someone else can answer that besides me. The last I heard that there were 70, so I don't know if the number's higher.
Mr. Mayor, we currently have 71 comments.
Okay. I'm sure, are you?
And it's not, I'm sorry, I just want to say that it's not my intent ever to, you know, I know working long hours and all of that, especially on these days, they're at the end of the night. That kind of goes back to, sometimes these are the only times that community has to have any interactions. And so, you know, when the opportunity is there, that's the only reason why I was asking. And Commissioner Cunningham, I knew you were going to say something.
Mine is on a different topic, so I'll concede my time till Mayor allows me to speak.
Okay. Thank you. So I wanted to follow up just on a couple things here. One is I was at the traffic event that was at Lacrone Park on Thursday night. There were several commissioners there. The Vice Mayor was there. Ironically, that event I think was very well attended. I don't know what the count was at the end. I'm sure there were between 100 and 200 people that came to that. Yeah, it was basically kicked off, you know, by a vehicle racing, speeding down the street in front of the entire crowd that was staying there to begin that discussion. So I would say from my perspective, this is not a scientific study, but there was virtually unanimous affirmation that basically speeding and exhibition driving has gotten entirely out of control, and that people have come to the unfortunate and nihilistic conclusion that there is not going to be sufficient enforcement, and what is going to result is that somebody is going to be seriously hurt, and very possibly it's going to be a young person walking across the street in one of our residential streets that people are driving at ridiculously high speed. So that I reinforce that, Vice Mayor. I guess I just want to take just a moment here to also recognize that a young person, as Vice Mayor stated, has been shot here in our community while we're having this meeting. Come on now. And we got a lot of things to talk about, but we got a lot of things to do. And I want to make sure that we get focused on that. So I actually had a couple of wrapping up comments for this particular topic. Anything else for that before I wrap it up, Commissioner Cunningham?
I just wanted to make a recommendation to City Manager. I understand that our resources are thin in certain scenarios, and we may have to go back to the table and reprioritize. But I also wanted to, make a suggestion that maybe we create, per our code, a community relations advisory board to assist with kind of vetting through this process as a resource in case we need it.
Thank you, Commissioner. So long discussion that we needed to have. And I'm going to have a suggestion out of this discussion I'm going to get to, but I also want to just be very, very clear about something. And that is that we operate in the city of Kalamazoo with a constitution that we have that we cannot change. That constitution can only be changed by a vote of the entire citizen body, voting body in the city of Kalamazoo. That's the only way our constitution, otherwise known as the charter for the city of Kalamazoo, can be changed. And in that particular charter, which is how we operate, it could not be more clear that there are citizens, a body of citizens, who can and have hiring and firing power to oversee the activities of the administration that we hire very directly, and we can hold those individuals directly accountable. And that body happens to be the City Commission, all of us. And as Commissioner Cunningham has mentioned several times before in public comments, who is responsible? The Commission. So we can talk about a variety of ways to assist Jim in making his decisions. This particular board we're talking about tonight is a board that we do not even appoint. This is a board that is created, C-SCRAB, to provide additional advice and consent to help our city manager be able to make more comprehensive and well-rounded decisions. But at the end of the day, the citizen body that is absolutely responsible for the activities of the administration that we hire and supervise through the hiring of our city manager is this City Commission. So I just want to remind us that in our charter, that's how that works. And there's no question about who has that authority. That's us. It's there. It doesn't have to be rewritten. We don't have to create any new versions of how that's done. Granted, on the City Commission, we are tasked to be generalists. We oversee many, many things, and we expect many functions to be done professionally and equitably for everyone that lives in the city. So it is sometimes difficult to spend all our time focusing on a particular aspect of the work we do. However, in the past, if there's been commission concerns about a particular component of what our commission responsibility is, we have created subcommittees, and that is something we can easily do. We can create a subcommittee of the commission to address a very specific component of what we want to do. For example, let's say that we want to look at the evaluation, and I'm kind of putting our city manager right on Front Street here about this. Let's say that we want to add things to how we evaluate our city manager we can do that. You know, our city manager is evaluated by us on an annual basis. You know, we're more than half of the way into this year. The city manager presumably knows what he's being evaluated on for next year, but that any one of those topics that we are interested in as the citizen body that is the managing entity for this activity that we do together, we can spend more deep dive time on it. And I would suggest, you know, we've had a good discussion in public, but some of that detailed work, I would suggest that we offload that to a smaller subcommittee of the city commission that can get deep into this, Commissioner Cunningham, and that we can bring back recommendations to the city commission in terms of how we want to approach those areas. So there is absolute accountability. We are responsible for that accountability. And as much as we are going to ask other bodies of volunteers, you know, to assist us with that, all well and good, but we cannot abdicate our responsibility by attempting to push that off onto another board that is not even recognized in the charter and give that board authority. We cannot give away our authority. We have that authority. We are mandated to be responsible in that authority. So I just want to be clear about that piece, that it comes back to us. So I see that there's a hand up. So I guess that's the extent of that. I'm suggesting that. Commissioner Prado?
Sure. I'm going to be completely honest. I don't feel like this is how I envision this thing turning out. I feel like this has been a great Q&A session. But here we have all 7 commissioners who are here in the face of the public with people with ability to watch, and we're getting answers to questions. But here again, we're getting into this trap where at no point have we had a chance to really discuss the topics you brought forth, Commissioner Cunningham. You know, and so my wish would be is, you know, that, you know, in these kind of situations, we keep getting sandwiched in where we don't have the time to actually flesh out and talk about these matters that are so substantial and consequential to our community. And I know we all have opinions about it, but we're not hearing from everybody tonight about what their opinions are. And, you know, it frustrates me a little bit because, you know, I hear us say, you know, we got to get through this because of limitations with time. You know, Commissioner Cunningham and I spent 3.5 hours on my deck talking in 90-degree heat. And to be honest with you, I bet you we could have talked for another, you know, 6 hours if we hadn't stopped. But, you know, I think for these consequential issues, we have to keep having this dialogue, because it's not working when we're having dialogue at 2 people at a time, you know. And so, you know, the questions are important, but also the opportunity for us to dialogue and for the opportunity for the community to dive in and hear that is important. It's going to be a long meeting, but, you know, the way I look at it, this is what we signed up for. And there is a moment in this point in history that we have an opportunity to dig in our heels and to, you know, say that we want to work on this together. And, you know, in terms of data for public safety, yeah. Data for administration, yeah. Data for us as a commission, yeah, because at the end of the day, that's the lineage of how this government runs. When it comes to communication, same thing, yes, on every front. When it comes to accountability, yes, on every front. And the reason it needs to be yes on every one of those fronts is because it can't be an us versus them mentality. We have to work together as a community to solve these issues and tackle them together. And it can't feel adversarial on the fronts of us as 7 people, on us versus the community, on us versus public safety, because these issues are too consequential. They are too great for us to dig our heels in opposition with each other. You know, I wish we could have some more time to actually flesh out and talk about these issues, because my worry is if we don't do that, and if we don't get serious and committed to doing that work, this is just going to get dragged on for another year. This is going to get dragged on for another generation. And the next thing you know, we're going to be in the grave, and we're going to be, you know, wishing on our deathbed that we could have done something when we had the opportunity, and when the United States and our community was paying attention to this issue. And it's no jab at public safety. We know public safety, you know, the vast majority of public safety officers love this community and got into that work because, you know, they want to make a difference. But we also know that as exhausted as they are, there are people who have spent their entire life in marginalized communities being exhausted and tired and frustrated. And so we need to do this complicated, messy work, and we need to do it now, and we need to do it in a public way where people can see where we stand. That's where I am.
Thank you, Commissioner Pradel. Any other comments? Vice Mayor Griffin.
Mayor, I just want to thank you for lifting up the power that the commission actually holds. And Commissioner Pradel, yes, there's no time limit on this. You know, there isn't. There is no time limit. So there is none of that. We can be here for 12 hours. We can be here for 2 hours. We can be here for 20 minutes. I don't think that we should be cutting back. And yeah, if now was the time, as good as any for anybody to voice their opinion on what's happening. There should be no silence going on. This is the opportunity that we do have. So we should be taking advantage of it for however long it takes. People might get tired in this moment, but I guarantee you communities have been tired for quite some time, well before COVID, well before, you know, certain things got people's energy sparked. People lost their kids last year. And, you know, let me just stop with that. Yes, Commissioner Pradel, all of that, and we need to talk as long as we need to.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Griffin. Anyone else? So I'm going to suggest right now, the next thing on our agenda is the opportunity for public comments. So I'm going to suggest that we take a 5-minute bio break, because it sounds like that is going to be possibly a long comment period. Then keep in mind that we have some items on our consent agenda and then some items on our regular agenda. The items on our regular agenda are going to require a couple votes because we have to take 2 actions tonight on some of those things. So with everyone's acceptance of that, you're going to see me leave this chair, and we're going to take a 5-minute bio break, and we can come back and get comfortable for our public comment period. Thank you. Are our cameras being turned back on?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I don't see whether, it doesn't look like mine's on, but. Okay, I could do it. There we go. All right. Well, thank you so much for allowing me that break. I feel refreshed and better at this moment. This is the time on our agenda for public comments. So because we are in these odd COVID times, our public comments now with our Zoom meetings are via voicemail, and that is being moderated by our Deputy City Manager, Jeff Chamberlain. Deputy City Manager Chamberlain.
Yes, sir. We do have a number of comments that have come in tonight, approximately 7D, and we will begin playing those for you.
My name's Michael. I'm calling in support of Kalamazoo Public Safety. I want to leave a message. I live in the Vine neighborhood. I've lived in several areas within the city. I have 2 small children, and my wife is a small business owner. And I felt compelled to call and leave a message in support of Kalamazoo Public Safety and all they do. I wanted to share that I've experienced their professionalism firsthand, that the way things are going now. My wife and I have talked about possibly moving her small business, and up until this point, we've decided against it. And one of the deciding factors is the Kalamazoo Public Safety Department and the job they do keeping our city safe, and the professional attitudes they display every time we have contact with them. The other thing I wanted to comment, and I'm not sure I've heard anybody talk about it yet, and I'm not sure why, is I've also experienced our Kalamazoo Public Safety officers fire and medical response personally. I think this is a unique benefit to living in Kalamazoo, and any idea of defunding any sort of police department, but especially here in Kalamazoo, is crazy. And I think those are 2 big reasons why. I think in Kalamazoo that would really affect all the people here, being our public safety officers, our police, fire, and EMS. So I am welcome to talk about this any further should there be in-person meetings. Unfortunately, I understand there can't be now, so I want to leave a message. Again, city resident supporting Kalamazoo Department of Public Safety. Thank you.
My name is Elizabeth Niles, and I live within the Kalamazoo city limits. I just wanted to voice my support for Kalamazoo Public Safety and their ability to safely and justly patrol our city, and my disappointment in the support of them to do so. I know many of them personally, and I've had personal experiences working with many of them, and I know how capable they are of doing a good job, and that their core goal is to protect and serve this community. So I hope that they can continue to keep and gain the support of those in this community to be able to do their job fully as they were before. I know that there have been some changes in certain areas, some eliminations of certain teams that I think are really necessary in protecting this community. And I think the recent crime that has been going on is a direct reflection of that elimination of those teams. So I hope that people will consider that, and it will be made known that that is something that's important and needed. And I know that, and I just want other people to know that too. And I'm really grateful for all of the men and women serving this community.
Hi, my name is Larry Van Popering, and I have 2 businesses in downtown Kalamazoo, and I would like to voice my support for KPS. They've been nothing but professional and on the mark, and if anybody would even think about curtailing funding for the KPS, I think it's a grave mistake, and I would even consider moving out of the city of Kalamazoo if that happens. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, you may feel free to call me, 269-207-2213. Thank you.
My name is Roger Ullman. I am the pastor of Calvary Chapel there in the Edison neighborhood at 1211 Fulford Street. I would like to call and speak to the city council members and show my 100% support of Chief Thomas and KDPS. I have firsthand seen their professionalism and their love for this city, period. I am incredibly impressed by each and every member of KDPS. They have worked incredibly hard to show every citizen their value and how important they are. I hope the city council members would change their thoughts about KDPS and show their support 100%. There is no better department nor better chief than Chief Thomas. Please hear my cry as a leader in this community. We need KDPS. We need Chief Thomas. Please support them and back them up 100%. Thank you for listening.
Hi, my name is Jason Newton. I am not a resident of Kalamazoo, but I am a multiple property owner in the city of Kalamazoo. I spend the bulk of my work days and most weekends in and around the Douglas Corridor and the surrounding areas. The Douglas Corridor in particular is being underserved with respect to city code enforcement and law enforcement actions. Broken and boarded up windows, trash, and criminal activity in plain sight. Unplated cars doing donuts in intersections and speeding through surrounding neighborhoods, gunfire, and innocent citizens in surrounding neighborhoods being hurt. Now more than ever, we need enforcement actions on all fronts. Lack of enforcement is encouraging bad behavior, and it's getting worse day after day. I'm calling to ask that we fully reinstate our police force without restrictions for the safety of all of our residents. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Terry Walker, and I live in the city of Kalamazoo. I was born and raised in Kalamazoo, Michigan. I've been here my entire life, and I was calling regarding Kalamazoo police. I feel that we need more policing because Kalamazoo is not like that. They're coming off the highway, shooting up Kalamazoo, and it's time to take our city back. Yes, it's time for us to take our city back. No, those people that's doing all that shooting are not original from Kalamazoo. They're coming from South Haven, Benton Harbor, Chicago, and a lot of other rural areas. And it's time for Kalamazoo citizens to take our city back. Kalamazoo is a very nice city. Like I say, born and raised here. We had nice time growing up. No, it's that new crew that came to Kalamazoo, and it's time for us to take our city back. And we definitely need more policing. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. And whoever said we don't need no police, they have to be crazy. Because, yes, we do. And I feel, a lot of other citizens feel, that, yeah, we need more policing because this has got to stop. And again, my name is Terry Walker. My phone number is 269-373-8771. Thank you.
My name is Robert Eisenhart, and I do live in Kalamazoo city limits. I just am calling to support the police and Chief Thomas. I pray for their safety, and I pray for ours too if we did not have them. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Cindy Galbraith, and I do not live in Kalamazoo, but I own a business in downtown Kalamazoo and would just like to voice my support for the awesome job that our Kalamazoo Public Safety provides to our local business owners. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Commissioners and City Manager Jim Ritzma. My name is Emily Demers. I live in the city of Kalamazoo. Firstly, please pass the housing ordinance regarding Chapter 18 of the Civil Rights Code. There's no better moment than right now to make good on your word to expand opportunities for housing and commit to racial equity. We owe a debt of gratitude to Vice Mayor Griffin and the city staff that spent months perfecting the language of the ordinance. Secondly, I'm pleading with commissioners to look at permanently or even temporarily suspending two items within the city code of ordinances Section 33-24 on parks and public spaces. Item B and E ban sleeping and camping in public locations within the city of Kalamazoo without written permission. These ordinances ensure that vulnerable residents with no place to call home will be subject to harassment, displacement, and arrest by public safety officers. Repealing these two items and act immediately to establish public safe sleeping zones. Don't have to remind anyone that we are in the midst of the most severe economic and public health crisis in almost a century. While I'm happy to hear that city, county, and federal governments have committed upwards of $1 million to support residents facing eviction, we will have folks left behind, and we will see an increase of folks living on the street. Despite our best efforts, our safety net has never been big enough or comprehensive enough to meet the challenges of homelessness in Kalamazoo. I have emailed all of the commissioners and Manager Ritzma examples of other cities around the country that have lifted bans and found creative ways to dedicate public space for safe, clean, and temporary sleeping arrangements that follow CDC guidelines. Public safety zones are a practical solution to a growing problem that is available to us right now. And the cost to the city for these safe sleep zones will be almost nothing compared to the tens of thousands of dollars spent on hotel rooms for those without homes between March and June. If Kalamazoo can move so quickly to change regulations prohibiting outdoor drinking of alcohol and expand outdoor dining, I think we can create space for basic human need and dignity with the same urgency and focus. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ann Martinez, and I live on Conant Street. And I am calling regarding how the drugs and the guns and the driving crazy has gotten so bad. I have been here for 11 years. This year was the first time I've ever had my house shot. It's people, when they come off Douglas onto Conant, it's like they're trying to see how fast they can go from Douglas to Staples, and somebody's children are going to be hurt. They need to put some of those little flat speed bumps on the road, or do some kind of sitting with a gun, because nothing is being done. And if nobody changes, nothing in this north side neighborhood will ever change. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Josephine. I'm a property owner on Cadillac Street on the north side. I don't currently live there. A tenant do, but I've owned that property for many years, since 2002, I believe. And I am calling because I, like most of the property owners in that area, are very concerned about the activities that have been going on the north. The guns, the shooting, the reckless driving, and to my understanding, no parking signs, no lights. It's just out of control, and it's really just breaks my heart that the Cadillac Street that I bought home at, that I used to know, is no longer.
Hello, this is John Novak. I do not live in the city of Kalamazoo. However, I was raised in the city and worked in downtown for over 15 years. I'm calling to express my unwavering support of Chief Thomas and the KPS officers. The commission is really required to provide public support of Chief Thomas and the officers to send the right message to the city at large that Kalamazoo is open for business, it welcomes everyone, and it's a safe place to be. KPS and Chief Thomas is really the most public human expression of the city, and without the support of the commission, you will erode even further the public confidence in the city to function, and really ruin the morale of the KPS officers. You know, do not let politics interfere with the commission's leadership and governance responsibility for the city. Thank you very much.
My name is Ramenia Williams. I am a homeowner within the city limits of Kalamazoo, and I am very concerned about the rise in violent gun use here in Kalamazoo and subsequent murders. I had the personal experience of having someone shoot outside of my house, right outside of my house on Woodward Avenue, around 12:15 midnight, waking me up, scaring me out of my sleep. And we called the police, and they came and found the shell casings in the road right at the end of my driveway. I want the city commission to do everything within their power to get this under control before someone innocently gets killed. People are just going around like it's the Wild Wild West. I realize that it is COVID-19, but I expect City Commission, our Chief of Police, to do something aggressive to stop the crime that's happening in Kalamazoo. I am a concerned citizen and, again, a homeowner. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Joe Humphreys. I do not live in the city. However, I have been employed and work in the city for over 30 years now. I want to start out by saying thank you for allowing us to do this public comment. It's very appreciative. I also want to say that I'm a member of a director's board within a large corporation that works and lives many of our employees within the city. Often at our leadership meetings, we discuss how we can support our local community, how we ask our employees to bring their business, whether they live in or outside of the city, to the city to support our local tax base. We encourage our employees to shop, dine, visit, and spend their dollars in tax base within our city. At our last leadership meeting, several of us were discussing the recent surge in violence within the city and what causes this. We happened to ask and see a public safety officer on the side of our building and asked him if he had a moment to speak. He was more than cordial, and I personally know this gentleman. It was very, very refreshing to hear how he still supports and fights for the everyday rights of our citizens in Kalamazoo. I personally know Chief Carrie Ann Thomas, and she is a lady of high integrity and respect. We are appalled, and I am personally appalled, to watch several of these city commission meetings where less than 10% are the ones screaming day in and day out about the violence and the unjust way the citizens are treated within Kalamazoo. I totally disagree. The tax base and the business owners within the city are the ones that provide support and the tax-funded base for many of the programs for these same folks. The majority of us don't have the time or the ability to exercise our rights to speak and scream and holler. For you to handcuff our police department, city commission, and for you to not allow these officers to do their jobs and support these officers in their jobs, I understand why they feel like they can't do the duties they were sworn to do. Many of them, as you know, don't receive very high pay, and they are
Yes, this is Gina Gilligan, and I do live in the city of Kalamazoo. My comment is in reference to supporting our police officers. I believe that our police are vital to our city's stability, since they maintain order and safety, enforce the law, detect and prevent crime, investigate criminal activity, and rid the city of drug runners and gang activity. A great lack of support and respect is being shown right now by most of the city, or a good deal of the city, and I do not feel that the city commission is being respectful either. We have highly trained EMS, firefighters, police department, among the best in the nation. They needed to be treated like the heroes they are. They rush into gunfights, fires, and horrendous car accidents. Their goal is our safety and our well-being. If we don't support them, then chaos and destruction will reign, and citizens will flee this city. It is your duty and responsibility to support them to the full. Thank you.
My name is Tom Jangala, and I live in the city of Kalamazoo. Over the last several weeks, I've tried to appeal to you several times about this group's reaction to an anti-Semitic speaker being brought to Kalamazoo. Unfortunately, so far, it's had very little impact. First, I would like to give credit to Ms. Griffin. At the last meeting, she was the only one of you who would actually say anti-Semitism was wrong. Who knew that it would be such a controversial thing to ask people to say? She also said something that made me think. She mentioned that she was unaware of the statements that were so controversial. I realized perhaps everyone isn't as into sports as I am, so I decided to do a Google search of how the issue is covered in traditional media. From the week before the event here to the last meeting, there were stories in the Washington Post, Forbes, CNN, Yahoo, NBC, TMZ, the New York Daily News, the Detroit Free Press, USA Today, The Undefeated, Newsweek, and The Atlantic, just to name a few sources. Also at the last meeting, Mr. Cunningham spoke about expecting more than symbolic action from the city regarding race issues. Yet when discussing anti-Semitism, he felt a T-shirt slogan was enough. If the city said, "Love to all who have love," as a solution for his concerns, would he be happy? My guess is no. So why should Jews be satisfied with it? Lastly, at the last meeting, Mr. Urban said he felt he was being targeted. I wonder how he thinks that Jews in Kalamazoo feel with what's happened over the last few weeks. Bringing an anti-Semite to speak about equality certainly has to make them feel targeted as well. And having no one from the city willing to speak up on their behalf certainly made them feel abandoned. As I spoke with Jews in the community, all were deeply concerned, but they also felt they could not speak out for fear of reprisal, especially true during the current climate. I hope that makes every member of this group feel embarrassed about the environment they've been a part of creating. And since Mr. Urban felt he could speak for all of you as members of the commission at the last meeting and stated you all felt the situation, quote, wasn't a big deal, you definitely all own the situation. Maybe if Jews were more than 1% of the local population, you would care more, but I guess they aren't a big enough voting bloc to matter. Since I haven't been able to reason with you solo, I've also had conversations with the Anti-Defamation League. They will be investigating and making their own statement. I will also continue to speak out at each opportunity I can until this commission takes real to address this issue and the greater increasing anti-Semitic activity in our community.
Good evening, honorable commissioners. This is Edie Trent, and yes, I live in the city of Kalamazoo. I am extremely concerned about the gun violence that's been rocking our fair city the last couple weeks again. It has to stop. We have to do something. I wish I had a magic wand and could make it all happen, but for the apparent feud between the North Side and the South Side gangs, I certainly thank the Kalamazoo Department of Public Safety for all they're trying to do to anticipate and track and bring those individuals to justice. Please rally behind them. They're doing wonderful work. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Carol Boss, and I work within the Kalamazoo city limits. We do not live within. We are a Kalamazoo mailing at 49009, and we support our sheriff's department, our police department, our fire department, everybody. We do not want to see them decreased. We want to be backing them 100%. So just to, my 3 little minutes here that we have, my husband and I both, we both support you, Carol and Randy Boss.
Support the police.
Yep, support the police and everything that they do. So we're with you all, and you'll see us out promoting and supporting. Thank you. God bless you.
Yes, my name is Matthew Gilligan, and I am a resident of the city of Kalamazoo. And I'm hearing things that to do with the potential for defunding our police. I can't begin to express how dead set I am against anything of that sort. If we do not fund and support our police, they cannot do their job. I think it is part of the commission's responsibility to see to it that these things are taken care of proper. Thank you. Bye.
Yes, good evening, commissioners. My name is Amy Remmert, and I live in the Vine neighborhood. I'm an almost lifelong resident of Kalamazoo, lived in Vine for 25 years, and 13 of which I was a very active board member participating in almost every aspect of committee work. Public safety always played an active part in neighborhood safety, and defunding the police department in light of what has happened during the protest is short-sighted. Not much thought has been given to the consequences of such a move. I have very positive experiences with KDPS, how they have de-escalated situations, handled medical emergencies, and proactively worked in neighborhoods to help citizens attain a better quality of life. They've even helped turn around lives through innovative programs. KDPS has been on the leading edge of new and proactive programs that were models for other departments around the country. We've rarely been given credit for that. I believe KDPS may not look for headliners. They just continue working in the trenches for the betterment of our community. Unfortunately, the media doesn't recognize their hard work as newsworthy. I've not only been active in Vine, I was a board member and at one time president of the Northside Business Association and was there for over 13 years. KDPS was always a partner in many of our outreach programs. I accompanied officers on several ride-alongs during my years with the Chamber of Commerce and a local congressman. I saw firsthand their diligent and respectful work to keep our neighborhoods safe. I've relied on KDPS for intervention as a citizen living in Vine, dealing with varied quality of life situations. As I said in my earlier remark, defunding is a very bad idea. I appreciate Kalamazoo and all it has to offer for families, and I want to see it continue into the future. We have a great community, and I can't say enough in support of our KDPS officers and how they add such positiveness to the quality of life in Kalamazoo. Thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of my neighborhood.
Hi, my name is Casey Coker. I live in the city of Kalamazoo. I live specifically in the Stewart neighborhood. I am calling to support the Fair Housing Act that has been put forth. I am also calling to support Vice Mayor Patrice Griffin and all the work that she has done in housing in this community for the last few years, even before she was on the council. We have a huge income and housing disparity issue in Kalamazoo that by adopting the Fair Housing Act can start to address some of these issues sooner than later. So I think we have a moral and ethical obligation to address this Fair Housing Act as a community as soon as possible. Thank you so much. Have a nice evening.
Hi, this is Nancy Schultz from Fuse Kitchen and Bar, and I'm calling about item 1 on the regular agenda, social districts in downtown Kalamazoo. Our business has been impacted by COVID-19 and the executive orders mandating that we close indoor service. Having additional space on Bates Alley has been great for us, and we see this as another opportunity to offset the losses we have experienced. My business employs 10 people in the city of Kalamazoo, and we want to do all we can to contribute to the local economy and support those team members and their families. We see this opportunity for our guests to wander the commons area, sit on a bench, or visit a store, both as future further sales opportunity and a way to create an inviting atmosphere in the area. We support this creative opportunity and ask that you do as well. I've seen this work well in cities. I visited in other states, and I think we should embrace this creative solution. Thank you.
My name is Stephanie. I am a resident of the north side of Kalamazoo, and I am calling in regards to the decision to place those traffic chicanes in the neighborhood. We do not see where those are going in any other neighborhood. The residents' input should have been provided to you before you made that decision to install those god-awful looking devices, and then to state that you're going to do a 6-month study in regards to if those will remain or not. Clearly, during the demonstration last week, you had a gentleman show you that those do not flow traffic as he said through that device that you installed in the area. Also, something needs to be done in regards to the excessive amount of gun violence and activity that has been occurring in the area. When the police are called out, we're not asking for you to show up 45 minutes to an hour later. We are asking you to show up and do something at that time. To state that the police are always busy is not acceptable. Furthermore, the weekend partying that is occurring on the north side in the capacity that it is, and for the police to show up and the police to kind of stand here and do nothing is not acceptable. We're not calling you to stand here and watch the crowd. We are asking you to get those individuals moved out of the areas that they are within. The residents that live in these homes are not third shift employees and should not spend their entire weekends up continuously due to unwanted crowd gatherings in the neighborhood of non-neighborhood residents. When those individuals get tired and go home at 6 and 7 o'clock in the morning, it is very hard for residents in the area to go to sleep. We are asking for the city to step up to the plate and address these issues that have been on the table for numerous years at this point. Do what you have been placed in position to do.
My name is Tori Cobby, and I'm calling on behalf of Greenleaf Hospitality Group. I'm calling about item 1 on the regular agenda, social districts in downtown Kalamazoo. Between Old Burdick, Zazios, and Webster's, our business employs around 85 people in the city of Kalamazoo, and we want to do all we can to contribute to the local economy and support our team members and their families. Our business have felt the impact from COVID-19 and the executive orders mandating that we close indoor services. We see this as an opportunity for our business and growing other businesses in the downtown Kalamazoo community. After a visit to Woodstock, Georgia, where they have social districts and common areas set up, I can see a huge benefit for the future of Kalamazoo. This can help us create a destination for visitors and locals alike by creating an inviting atmosphere in the community. We support this opportunity and ask that you do as well.
My name is Raminia Williams. I own a home in the city of Kalamazoo. I actually reside here as well. And I want to express my concern about the rise in gun violence and subsequent murder in the city of Kalamazoo. And I am asking that the city commission and the sheriff of the city of Kalamazoo in Kalamazoo County be very aggressive about combating this rise in crime in our city. I was actually awakened from my sleep 2 weeks ago tomorrow at 12:15 a.m. by 6 gunshots just outside of my home. I called the police, and they came out, and they found 6 shell casings just outside my driveway. This is very unnerving. This is very scary. People are having their lives taken in the middle of the night. Just about 4 houses down from me last week, there was shells that were found. We understand there was a shot fired at 10:30 at night. The neighbors didn't realize it was gunfire because people are still doing fireworks, which is another issue. Police came out and found 21 shell casings right on Woodward Avenue. I expect that our elected officials are going to put some things in place to stop the violence in our city, that they're going to be very aggressive about their investigation, about their prosecuting, and getting these people off of the streets. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Parker James. I live at 599 Pingree Street. I would like to encourage the City of Kalamazoo to move forward with the Ithaca resolution that would protect renters going forward in the pandemic. Renters, really need relief right now as the eviction moratorium ends. We're facing a massive eviction crisis, and we need our elected officials to do everything that they can to prevent that from happening. This is, just such a scary time for so many people, and people need to be in their homes, not out on the streets. So please move forward with the resolution, pass it, and put pressure on our elected officials at the state level, to do everything that they can to make sure that people do not get evicted and they're able to stay in their homes. Thank you so much.
Hello, good evening. My name is Matt O'Connor. I own 266 East Michigan Avenue in downtown Kalamazoo, also known as the Coney Island and Uzos building. This is in reference to item number 1 on the agenda. I'm very supportive of the social districts in downtown Kalamazoo, specifically Bates Alley. I think it will help revive the retail downtown. I think it's a very creative opportunity for our city to continue to adapt in these tough times. I think it'll have a very positive impact downtown, and we potentially are planning future residential apartments above that building. So again, I appreciate the city's hard work and creativeness with this idea, and I believe it's worked well in other communities based on what I've read on throughout. So again, very supportive property owner at 266 East Michigan, and very supportive, and appreciate the city's continued hard work in these different times. Thank you, and have a nice evening.
How are you doing? This is Bob Lewis with the Millennium Restaurant Group. I'm also associated with other groups and organizations downtown, and I just want to make a comment about these social districts and commons areas. I think that this program is crucial for downtown restaurants to have the ability to generate enough revenue that enables them to stay open during this time when inside seating is so limited. It is a program that has proven to be successful in other parts of the country, both in that it has defined successful destination areas before COVID, and since COVID has continued to define those social areas where people want to go. And looking forward in the months and years to come, this program would be a critical component in helping all downtown Kalamazoo businesses be successful, and also in helping downtown Kalamazoo continue to be a destination for everyone in the Midwest. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name's Kenneth Newby, and I reside in downtown Kalamazoo, 250 East Michigan. Also, I'm a business owner in Kalamazoo downtown. Our business has been greatly impacted by the COVID-19 and the executive orders that are contained in that. So we do really need the expansion into, Bates Alley and Space Outdoors. We employ about 20 people, and I really want to continue to support downtown and continue to have employees, and their families are greatly impacted by this also. And we see the opportunity for our guests to wander around downtown and visit other locations and retail facilities, and create a more creative living atmosphere, especially with all the residents downtown. We support the the creative opportunity, and actually you will as well. I've seen this, it's worked in a lot of other cities, and I think we should embrace it and get our downtown going and keep it going, especially through this hard time. Thank you. Have a good day. Bye.
Hello, my name is Dave Sell. I am a business owner. I own the Tin Can, I co-own the Tin Can Kalamazoo along with my partner, Doug Johns. I'm calling today about agenda item number 1 on the regular agenda, and that's social districts in downtown Kalamazoo. So the Tin Can, it's no mystery. Our doors are closed right now. We've been absolutely decimated by COVID-19 to the point, we did try and reopen, but then the governor's latest orders have made it difficult or impossible for us to maintain feasibility. So we're closed. Our business is just upside down. However, our bills march on. I continue to pay rent and utilities and taxes and everything out of our own pocket. So it's very difficult. The social districts is an interesting idea, and I really, really support it in the Kalamazoo market. We have a store in Toledo, and we have a social district there called Dora, the downtown outdoor refreshment area, and it's just been wildly successful. It's excellent for our business. It's excellent for our customers. They really enjoy it and take advantage of it. It's excellent for the residents that live in the area. It's an amenity to moving in the area. So it's been a highly successful, stress-free program for us in Toledo, and I'd really like to see something like that come out to the Kalamazoo area. We're in the process of getting them stood up both in Lansing, where we have stores, and in Grand Rapids, where we have stores. And, I'd hate to see Kalamazoo kind of fall behind these other markets that are leading the pack and getting this sort of the wave of the future and how things are going to be now. So, again, Tin Can, highly in support of the social areas, myself and the 13 different employees that we have, all from the Kalamazoo area. They want to come back to work, and I think this could be the one glimmer of hope in what's been an otherwise bleak last few months, and a step in the right direction that could allow us to start to hopefully move towards reopening. And once we do, it'll be really reinvigorating to the downtown area. So Tin Can fully support the social districts, and I really hope that you guys will move forward with them in support as well. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Erin Bensinger. I am a resident of the city of Kalamazoo, and I'm also a renter. I'm calling to express my support to you for the Ithaca resolution to protect renters during the COVID-19 crisis, and ask that you move to pass it at tonight's City Commission meeting. I understand that there are clauses in the resolution that are beyond your authority. I would really love for you to use the political power that you hold and take those to the state and federal levels to make sure that not only the people of Kalamazoo are protected from back rent and eviction during this time, but also everyone in the state of Michigan and everyone in the country. If you're not familiar, the resolution is as follows. I would like you to declare a local state of emergency that it will allow you to do the following. Forgive residential and small business back owed rent through June 2020 resulting from pandemic-related financial hardship. Obligate landlords to offer lease extensions to all tenants at pre-COVID rates. To publicly declare as a city commission the need for a federal rent and mortgage forgiveness fund. Ensure that the cities send out intentional communication to affected renters in the community about relief resources via HRI and others, up to and including contacting individual renters as their eviction case enters the court system, and additionally urging all landlords and property management companies to include this in their communication with renters facing eviction. Support for the anti-discrimination housing ordinance previously presented to the City Commission, including reintroducing language toward protecting renters from landlords who seek to file false police reports based on racial bias and/or as a tool to escalate a tenant toward top priority for eviction. And I would like the city to provide oversight in the distribution of eviction diversion aid to prevent landlords from accessing aid without informing their tenants, essentially taking aid while still demanding rent, i.e. double dipping. Please keep my interests in mind during tonight's City Commission meeting. This is an issue that is affecting many of my neighbors, many of my loved ones, and it means a lot to me that you would hear this out and take it seriously. I look forward to hearing that you pass the resolution. Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Joe Kaiser. I do not live within the city limits, but I do live within the county,
and I help a lot of residents that live in the city limits. For a living, I'm a banker. Specifically, I help with mortgages and people finding homes, and I'm calling to voice my support for the Fair Chance for Housing ordinance. I believe it's the right thing for Kalamazoo to do. I can tell you for certain that there is a great deal of discrimination in our city, and I believe strongly in racial equity, and I believe this will be a great step forward for that. Thanks, everybody, for all that you do. Have a good night.
This is Pam Dunphy, and I do live in Kalamazoo County. I do not live in Kalamazoo City. I live in Portage. But this is to the men and women who wear the uniform. You can hear me say, you are our heroes. These are there's mothers and fathers, sisters and brothers that when they leave their house each day, they may not make it home as we go to our offices, factories, malls, or businesses. When hell breaks loose, we run away, so they bravely run into the fire and hell to protect and serve us. They stop the crimes, clean the bodies from the crashes, investigate the crime scenes as we worry about and plan our vacations. Where's the respect from our communities, the organizations, the commission, and the people they protect? The anarchists and the Marxists say defund the police. Well, I say we need to increase their pay and add more to serve and protect our Constitution. Our land, our homes, our businesses, our schools are all under attack as we tolerate the disrespect for these men and women who serve and lay it on the line every day. Know that groups are forming. We are watching how you vote and how you protect these men and women, and we will remember at election time. This was directed at the commission. You will see us soon with our signs of praise in front of your precincts. We are coming to support you, to honor you, and to thank you. That is directed to the police officers. I was taught that all evil needs to win I was taught that all that evil needs to win is for a few good men and women to do nothing. It's time you woke up, Kalamazoo, and wake up, Portage, and rally to these men and women. Stop the attacks on our freedom. Defend our police. Respect our police. I thank you, my children thank you, and my grandchildren thank you to all who wear the badge and serve. Please, all who can hear me, do not give up, stand tall, and serve. And know there are thousands who honor, respect, and pray for you every day. So I, as a citizen of this great country, do not want the police defunded. I would much rather have the commission be funded.
Yes, this is Tony Meyer. I live at 528 Sawgrass Way, Kalamazoo, and I just wanted to submit a comment that to me the police are an essential part of keeping our city safe, and they are indispensable as far as I'm concerned. Thank you.
Hi, this is Sally Reynolds, and I live in the Vine neighborhood in Kalamazoo. And I'm just calling to say that I don't feel like this is the time to defund the police. This is the time to look at all the expectations of our officers, of what we expect of them, determine priorities, and decide what other services needed to be added and in place so that the police can actually just do police things and other agencies can do the social services things. Then let's take a look at the funding and look at changing the funding, not necessarily defunding, but refunding for each of those areas. Thank you. Bye.
My name is Melissa Ray. I do not live within the city limits, but on a regular basis, I am reading about violence. I am communicating with community members who are upset by not only the violence, but also the lack of leadership. I have expressed concerns about this lack of leadership for about 3 years with no resolve. We are in very uncertain times, and times like these require authentic, confident leadership, creative solutions, and a spirit of transformation that this leadership just does not seem to have. It is necessary that Mayor Anderson, Chief Thomas, and City Manager Ritzema not only respond to our community concerns, but also rise to the occasion of our community needs. If they cannot do so in a better way than they responded to the protests and our use of constitutional right, I ask that they step down from their leadership roles. And I'll say I'm just an outsider looking in, but I see levels of oppression that are resulting in violent acts. And I'll reinforce that I don't think any level of oppression is acceptable. I see human trafficking rings where women and children are falling victim as marketing tools to the dope game. And I see the effects of poor leadership resulting in unsafe conditions for women and children. And this is unacceptable. Not only is it unacceptable to me, it is also unacceptable to God. It is not just the police department. All of the systems are stagnant. All of the system needs to be transformed. And we have the trained talent to make it happen. We have the trained talent to prioritize, strategize, educate, and recreate all aspects of our societal needs. The only thing standing in the way is you. Until we prioritize the safety of our community, we will transform nothing. Changing the shape of our old systems of white supremacy is not only needed, it is being commanded due to the violence and corruption that has overtaken this town. I encourage all of you, as I always have, to utilize out-of-the-box thinking to find creative solutions to bring about the transformation that we all deserve. If you cannot march forward, please move out of the way of those of us who are, and stop acting as gatekeepers and roadblocks, as we are trying to assist the most vulnerable people in our community. If you need help creating a transformative plan that includes everyone in equitable fashion, I have offered to help, and I expect you to call. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Madeline Alexander. I live in Kalamazoo Township. I have lived in this area for most of my adult life and have raised my family here and always appreciated the safe environment of our lives. However, now the streets are filled with hate and violence. The police hands are tied because of the lack of leadership from our elected officials. Why? The police need to be supported to accomplish the job that has always made one of the reasons why Kalamazoo is a great city. So please, defend and support the police. Don't defund. Thank you for allowing me to make a comment.
Hello, my name is Raymond Ryan. I'm a resident of Kalamazoo, Michigan. I live on the north side, Kalamazoo. I'm calling just to state my concerns. I just want to say Minneapolis, Minnesota is where George Floyd was murdered. That police department during a 5-year period from 2015 to 2020 had reported that 149 Minnesotans were killed by police and 67 were black. I say that, and I get those stats just to say that our Kalamazoo Police Department is not perfect, but they were doing a good job. And this is not Minneapolis, Minnesota. This is Kalamazoo, Michigan. It's unfortunate that George Floyd death occurred, but as a resident, a longtime resident of the Kalamazoo Northside community, I'd like to speak out on behalf of myself and others. We want our police presence back in our community, and we expect our Kalamazoo Police Department to enforce the law. It seems like after George Floyd's death, it was almost like someone gave a direct order not to police our communities and to turn a blind eye to crime and people breaking the law. As a community member and others, we are not going to be mad or angry with our law enforcement for enforcing the law. But I am furious to see that the law is not being enforced. And just listening to the news today about our court system not being essential. The Kalamazoo Police Department and the court system, all that goes hand in hand. Those are both essential. I just hope someone will hear this message, take it serious. I thank you for your time and listening. And once again, my name is Raymond Ryan. I'm a longtime resident of the Northside neighborhood in Kalamazoo. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Wendy Field. I live in Kalamazoo City on Edward Street. I'm calling in regards to the issue with traffic that we've been having, that event that was held on Thursday. I want you to know that where I live, the same kind of things are going on that's going on Patterson and Cobb Street. High traffic volume, speeding, loud music. We talked about these issues there and some of the resources and preventions that could be put in place. And I still say what I said then. We need to have the inward barriers, not the ones that we have. The things that have been put in place on William Street is a joke. It does not deter anything. So we need something more permanent, more practical, more effective than what is being used. We pay taxes. We pay lots of taxes. We pay high taxes. And we expect to have our taxes used in our neighborhoods so that we are safer, that we can walk across the street and not be fearful of getting run over. Along with that, want to also talk about the shootings that have been going on here. I think that not enough is being done. Individuals, call it attempted murderers, are arrested and then freed because of COVID. I think that that's an excuse, and I think that it's downplayed. I don't think that it is being taken seriously enough to be effective so that we can be safer in our neighborhood. We've had children shot. Totally unacceptable. Totally unacceptable. And we need more police presence. We need police to do the jobs that they were hired for, that our tax dollars are paying for. I think that we can come together and put in some resources that would be more effective. And I am more than willing, as the president of NAACP, to come to that table with you. And I have met with you on several occasions and look forward to doing so again in a more effective, more strategic way to get things done. Thank you.
My name is James Reed, and I live within the city of Kalamazoo. I'm calling to comment on the idea of defunding our police department. I think this idea is irrational. I see no merit. If anything, we need to increase funding for the purposes of better training and more community involvement. Our police department is needed now more than ever. We need to do something to combat the violence in our city, and alleviating or eliminating or reducing the police department is insane and will only make the violence worse. Kalamazoo is not like this. We are not supposed to be like this. We are a community that supports our police department. I don't understand why outsiders are convincing our elected officials that our police department isn't necessary. It's insane, irrational to me. I fully stand behind our police department. I would like to see more police officers on the street, combating crime, reducing the violence in our community, and saving people's lives. If anything needs to change, it may be more funding, increased training, increased community involvement, but not decreasing any of it. Kalamazoo is turning into a city I no longer want to live in. It is becoming unsafe. It is getting worse. This needs to be fixed and addressed by our elected officials. I can't understand the rationale behind the idea that decreasing the police department is somehow good. That we need more enforcement, and we need to fix how our justice system works to where they actually prosecute people in Kalamazoo. It's unreasonable, unacceptable that people commit crimes and there is no consequence. This perpetuates the violence, increases the violence, and makes it to where it's more likely to occur, as we've seen recently. This needs to stop. I don't understand.
Hello, my name is Andrew Argo. I live in the city of Kalamazoo, and I'm the communication steward for the Greater Kalamazoo Renters Union. I'm calling tonight in regards to the Ithaca resolution. I'm hoping the city will consider and pass it. I won't go ahead I'll forego reading through all of it just because of limited time. And I did send an email to each one of you individually with the full language and the resolution in it. But I did want to bring up a couple of very important notes. One, just for your knowledge, so far this has been endorsed by at least one organization so far, the Southwest Michigan DSA. We're currently in the process of getting endorsements from other organizations working on housing and related issues in the community. We've added some changes that, in addition to urging the state government to do certain things to provide renters relief, we also are asking for very specific things as far as accountability when it comes to the disbursement of funds. One really important thing we added, we are echoing support for the anti-discrimination housing ordinance that groups like Isaac have been working on. Specifically, we want the language in it reintroduced towards protecting renters from landlords who seek to file false police reports based on racial bias or as a tool to escalate a tenant towards top priority for eviction. A couple things I did want to bring up. As far as like contacting renters at the point of which they are evicted, which again, public court records, our union can look it up. The city can certainly look it up. When we've been reaching out to those renters, that communication has not been happening like it should. We actually encountered a renter who had no idea they were being evicted. I also wanted to inquire about the process through HRI. I've been told by David Anderson, specifically, and others, that Housing Resources Incorporated is going to be the main entity funneling out these funds. I was wondering if that process could be explained. Again, the public needs to be educated about it as well. We are worried that people will get lost in the shuffle. People will get lost in the cracks. In particular, I had a colleague hit me up today telling me they actually called HRI and said at this point they're only gathering information. They're not actually just. I also wanted to know, I've been told there is a lot of money to deal with the eviction crisis in Kalamazoo. Is there an exact dollar amount that you could share with the public? I think a lot of people are curious if we how much we have.
I am a City of Kalamazoo resident, longtime resident, Northside resident. I'm calling in regards to the lack of policing in our neighborhood, such as speeding vehicles, such as drug homes, gun violence. And I guess my take is I understand that you guys are dealing with the equality of racial, and I'm most definitely for the Black Lives Matter movement. But in the process, I need policing done also in my neighborhoods. I need my neighborhood, which my mother is a long-term resident as well, to be policed just like if we were on Q Avenue, Texas Corners, Bronson Boulevard, Portage, and the list goes on. I just feel that our neighborhoods are being neglected over here, and we pay taxes, and we have the right to feel safe. So I don't know what it's going to take for the city of Kalamazoo to turn this thing around, but I need more attention detailed to this neighborhood that I have been a long-time resident of.
Good afternoon, good evening. My name is Nathaniel Stigall. I am a Kalamazoo resident. I reside at 517 Maple Street in Kalamazoo, Michigan, 49007. I was encouraged by Officer Vernon Coakley to call in and express my concerns in regards to the chicanes, the idea of implementing them on the north side of Kalamazoo. And witness to the demonstration, several people witnessed the fact that the chicanes, in fact, possibly deter some forms of speeding, but speeders are going to speed. My concern or my biggest thoughts are that they will be overall ineffective long term. There's a serious issue with speeders in the area. In case you're not aware of this, the streets are torn up by just people doing burnouts, donuts, all this crazy stuff. I realize the city is undermanned when it comes to enforcing such things. I feel that speed bumps are definitely a better idea. I know they may not be cost effective, but long term, I think they would produce a better result. Hopefully you take my thoughts and my concerns into consideration. Once again, my name is Nathaniel Stegall. Number I can be reached at is area code 269-290-8446. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is May Lanting. I'm a current tenant in the city of Kalamazoo as well as a student at Kalamazoo College. I wanted to express my support for the Ithaca resolution proposed by the Greater Kalamazoo Renters Unit. In this resolution, there are 7 items. Number 1, declare local state of emergency. That Number 2, forgives residential and small business back-owned rent through June 2020 resulting from pandemic-related financial hardship. Number 3, obligate landlords to offer lease extensions to all tenants at pre-COVID rates. Number 4, publicly declare as a city commission the need for federal rent and mortgage forgiveness funds. Number 5, ensure that the city sends out intentional communication to affected renters in the community about relief resources, up to and including contacting individual renters as their eviction case enters the court system. Additionally, urging all landlords and property management companies to include this in their communication with renters facing eviction. Number 6, support for the anti-discrimination housing ordinance previously presented to the City Commission, including reintroducing language towards protecting renters from landlords who seek to file false police reports based on racial bias and or as a tool to escalate a tenant towards top priority for eviction. And lastly, number 7, the city will provide oversight in the distribution of eviction diversion aid to prevent landlords from accessing aids without informing their tenants. For those parts of the resolution that are beyond the authority of the city to enact, we urge you to express your support for these actions to be taken at the state and or federal level. This resolution will protect small businesses and tenants from exploitation and support us in a time of crisis. We are asking you all to stand with the community in supporting and passing the Ithaca resolution and the anti-discrimination housing ordinance. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Emily Demers. I live in the city of Kalamazoo. Firstly, please pass the housing ordinance regarding Chapter 18 of the Civil Rights Code. There is no better moment than right now to make good on your word to expand opportunities for housing and commit to racial equity. We owe a debt of gratitude to Vice Mayor Griffin, local advocates, and the city staff that spent months perfecting the language of the ordinance, and it's time to pass it. Secondly, I'm asking commissioners to look at permanently or even temporarily suspending 2 items within the city code, ordinances B and E in section 33-24 on parks and public spaces. Those items ban sleeping and camping in public locations within the city. These ordinances ensure that valuable residents with no place to call home will be subject to harassment and arrest by KDPS. Public safety officers have repeatedly destroyed camps over the years, trashing personal belongings, including medicine, food, and ID documents, as a means of enforcement. Repeal these 2 items and act immediately to establish public safe sleep zones. We are in the midst of the most severe economic and public health crisis in almost a century. I'm happy to hear that almost $1 million will be committed between city, county, and federal government, but we will still have folks left behind, and we will see an increase of folks living on the street. Despite our best efforts, our safety net has never been big enough or comprehensive enough to meet the challenges of homelessness in Kalamazoo. I've emailed all the commissioners and Manager Ritzma examples of other cities around the county that have lifted these bans and found creative ways to dedicate public safe space to clean and temporary housing for individuals. These include San Diego, Los Angeles, Portland, San Francisco, Salem, Oregon, and Burlington, Vermont. Public safe sleep zones are a practical solution to a growing problem that is available to us right now. And the cost to the city for these safe sleep zones will be almost nothing compared to the tens of thousands of dollars spent on hotel rooms for those without homes between March and June. Thank you.
Hello, this is Ryan Smith. I live off G Avenue, right in the edge of Kalamazoo. And, I came in call in support of the Ithaca resolution. It I'm part of the Greater Kalamazoo Renters Union. Here in Kalamazoo, there's going to be a bunch of people that are going to be evicted out of their homes, which is immoral in a pandemic. I think that I know at least 3 people that are affected big time by this. And, you know, they've already had issues with a lot of their landowners before, and them not having any way to provide rent is and then kicking them out because of it is extremely harmful, and I think it's wrong. I urge the county commissioners to come in support of the Ithaca resolution. I think it would greatly impact Kalamazoo. And, you know, disproportionate communities like the black community here and up in the north side, they're going to be ones disproportionately affected by this. Down there on the Vine, too. We need this Ithaca resolution passed, and the county commission needs to step up. The city commission needs to step up and, you know, prove their worth to renters. You know, keep our rights intact. That's all I got. Have a good day, guys.
Hello, this is Andy Argo. I live in the city of Kalamazoo. I'm calling again on a different topic, but it's something very serious and extremely urgent. I'm calling to let the city know, if they have not found already, there is a violent hate group called the Proud Boys who are planning to do a rally here in the city of Kalamazoo at the Arcadia Creek Festival Place around 2:00 p.m. For a little bit of background, Proud Boys, they're a gang. They've been listed as a designated hate group by the Southern Poverty Law Center. Leaders within the Proud Boys have organized racist marches, most infamously the events of 2017 in Charlottesville. I also would add the posters that we have seen online. They explicitly say that it is a rally against Black Lives Matter. It is a rally for fascism. I think I just need to underscore here, it's very important. We don't want these dangerous groups in our peaceful communities here. The city of Kalamazoo needs to address this. The public needs to know what actions the city is going to take to respond. You know, back in early June, there was a lot of discussion about outside agitators coming into town to try to, create chaos. These are the outside agitators. I mean that quite literally, too. This is the Proud Boys' MO. They come into peaceful communities. They stir things up. They try to create violence, vandalism. They harass people. They've been known for threatening folks in our community. So this is a very real threat. And if y'all remember back, there was I think it was the League of Women Voters Forum last year in 2019. There was a specific ask. I was running for city commission and against some of the folks that are currently on the dais. And somebody asked, what would the city do if a violent hate group, I think they used the example of the KKK, came in and tried to do a rally here in town? That is now a concrete reality, and it's less than 2 weeks away. I need to know, the city needs to know, what is the city administration planning to do about this? And we really need to hear some feedback on it, hopefully tonight. Thank you very much. Have a good evening. What? Really?
Hi, my name is Sarah Taylor. I live within the city of Kalamazoo. I live on the north side. I was calling regarding the city calming project. I don't feel that it was enough time put into the decision that was made for the individuals that live on the north side of town. I don't think that the study is going to be long enough, and each side of town has different traffic, so I don't believe that studying for one side of town is going to make a difference for another side of town. I really think that they should reconsider before making this permanent, and I believe that speed bumps would be more of an answer at this point. Thank you and have a good day. Bye.
My name is Jackie Eatman, and I live within the city limits of Kalamazoo. I feel like families are in sorrow. People are dying, children traumatized, and our neighborhoods are not safe. The random neighborhood shootings are insane. As a lifelong resident, I have sat on many committees and boards to assist in protecting and investing in my community. And I want to continue to help in order to keep Kalamazoo safe. I am concerned about the Kalamazoo residents, the school system, equity for all citizens, law enforcement, and particularly, I believe in the safety of our most vulnerable, the young and the elderly. I support the city of Kalamazoo and law enforcement. I believe police should have the right to police within reasonable guidelines. The recent in Kalamazoo, particularly the children who have died, is ludicrous. During these days of Black Lives Matter and COVID, I feel that God is trying to tell us something, and we need to listen. As Wendy Fields, president of our local NAACP, stated today on Facebook, a house divided against itself cannot stand. I think the comments she had today on Facebook, I'm in agreement with her. Unfortunately, those who need to hear it will not probably read it. In addition, while I'm speaking, I would like to see police officers have a duty to intervene when fellow officers are engaging in misconduct. The oversight should increase. All activity should be and disciplinary guidelines revealed. Kalamazoo, we can do this together in such a time as this. Thank you.
Hello, this is Andy Argo. Actually, disregard this if the last message didn't get.
Hello, my name is Charlotte Davis. I live in the city of Kalamazoo, and I am the executive director of Isaac. Greetings to our mayor, vice mayor, our city commissioner, city manager, and Chief Thomas. I want to again lift that we are a microcosm of our nation. We are not exempt from systemic racism. It is entrenched in each institution and each system that we participate in daily. It is going to take intentional steps, accountability, and ongoing work together to move towards dismantling this systemic racism. With all that is going on, please know that this is the time for us to commit to go deeper in word and in deed. This work of addressing systemic racism is not always comfortable and will not always be easy, but that's okay. It's part of the process. Please still lean in. Remember that moving in these systems daily impacted by racism is not always comfortable for us as people of color. As you know, Isaac believes in people power, and we believe that community members are experts. I am continually hearing community members ask and urge to be a part of the work that institutions are engaging in. I am wanting and ready to see authentic collaborations happen. For those already doing this work, community collaboration and brainstorming needs to deepen. There is so much work to do, but to our officials and leaders, heads of institutions, you do not have to do it alone. You should not do it alone. You have community members and community leaders here ready to work with you for rooted change. Community members who feel the impact of racism daily that can serve with expertise. Community members who not only want to be listened to, but invited to the table to make these changes and plans with you. Community members who are asking to be a part of this work with you. Thank you for working towards transformational change. This is something that must be done with community members. Thank you.
My name is David Ling, and I live approximately 500 feet outside of the city limits. In regards to defunding the police, I think the city commissioners need to think very long and hard about that, because it will affect me, even though I'm in Kalamazoo Township, and I think it will cause problems throughout Kalamazoo County if they think they can defund the police and still have a safe and protective environment. Thank you. Bye.
Yes, hello. This is Liz White. And I just want to tell you how sick I am of all the violence that is happening in the city of Kalamazoo. And what are you commissioners doing to stop this violence? These children are killing each other. Innocent babies are being shot. And there is nothing being done. I don't want to hear any more about Black Lives Matter when ain't nobody doing something to help these Black lives. I don't want to hear about police brutality when we need the police to protect our streets. What are you doing, commissioners? Shame on you for not protecting us. We need us to unite and not be divided. And we need to focus on how we can heal our city. Kalamazoo was a good city. We need to bring it back to being a good city. Get it together, commissioners. Get it together.
Hello, my name is Angela. I do live within the city limits. I live on the north side. My concern is all of the shooting and the excess driving at night. Something has to be done. Somebody has to be accountable for what is going on. We have children, grandchildren in this area, and it's almost eerie to be sitting out on your front porch or anywhere in the neighborhood to go anywhere because of all of this that's going on. So we need something done, not tomorrow, but today. Thank you.
Yeah, hi there. My name is Emily Connor, and I am a resident of the city of Kalamazoo. I'm calling on behalf of the Greater Kalamazoo Renters Union, as well as our statewide coalition, No Rent Michigan, to express support for the Ithaca resolution. We are asking that this be passed at the local and state level to protect renters during the ongoing COVID-19 crisis. We are facing an eviction crisis, and we have a list of demands, including that the city declare a local state of emergency that would allow the city to forgive residential and small business back-owed rent through June 2020, resulting from the pandemic and its related financial hardships. We're also asking that the city obligate landlords to offer lease extensions to all tenants at pre-COVID rates, to publicly declare, as the City Commission, the need for a federal rent and mortgage forgiveness fund, to ensure that the city sends out intentional communication to affected renters in the community about the resources available for relief, up to and including contacting the individual renters as their eviction cases enter the court system. We've had cases come up where renters were unaware that they were being evicted and they had not been notified and made aware of the resources available to them. We're additionally urging that all landlords and property management companies include this in their communication with their renters who they are evicting. We're also urging support for the anti-discrimination housing ordinance previously presented to the City Commission, including reintroducing language towards protecting renters from landlords who seek to file false police reports based on racial bias and or as a tool to escalate a tenant towards top priority for eviction. We are asking the city to provide oversight in the distribution of eviction diversion aid to prevent landlords from accessing aid without informing their tenants, essentially taking aid while still demanding rent. For these parts of this resolution that are beyond the authority of the city to enact, we urge that the city would express their support for these actions to be taken at the state and or federal level. Thanks very much. And yeah.
Hi, my name is Alice Taylor, and I do live in the city limits. I'm calling with concern about the traffic calming suggestion for the North Side neighborhood. I disagree with the suggestion. I don't think that would work for our neighborhood. I'm more in favor of speed bumps being installed, even if it has to be included in next year's budget. But I don't agree with the traffic calming suggestion that was demonstrated for the community, and I would like to thank the commissioners and those that were involved for the time to come out and demonstrate to the community what they had in mind. It's just that I don't think it works for my neighborhood. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Maddie Jordan Woods. I live in the city of Kalamazoo. I attended the meeting Thursday that was to slow down traffic. I had to leave because we were doing a virtual graduation for our CNA class. I just want to state that I believe that we're asking public safety to give the tickets, to do their job, and that the community has made that clear. When I was there, a person actually, while police and everything was there, drove through at 48 miles an hour. And so it's saying to me that they don't believe that the city of Kalamazoo is going to hold them accountable. And I'm asking you to hold them accountable. We have noise ordinance, we have party ordinances, and they are not being adhered to in the North Side neighborhood. So I'm asking this commission to listen to the residents that was there, and also the residents who have been calling. Some of them have stated they're afraid to call because they believe it'll be a backlash. And I really don't feel good tonight, but I wanted to make sure that I got my comments in. Thank you very much. Bye.
My name is Christina Woolheis. I live in Vicksburg, Kalamazoo County. I am calling to say that I do not believe that the police needs to be defunded. I believe that the police are there to protect the public, to enforce the law, statutes, and regulations that are designed to protect life and to protect property. I think that they're a very critical component to the Criminal Justice Department of the United States. I do not believe that the reform that is happening in our country is in the benefit of our citizens. Protesting and looting and killing in a mob-like fashion is not an effective means, and it will not bring proper reform. So I fully believe that human life and the respect for human life starts in the family. It does not start with reforming police enforcement. I am a full advocate of keeping our police enforcement strong. So when I call 911, someone is there to help when I am in a state of need or my neighbor is in a state of need. Thank you very much.
My name is Elliot Gonzalez. I live in Kalamazoo Township, and I'm a KPS teacher. I'm calling today to voice support for the Ithaca resolution. Housing is a human right, and we have to protect renters in our community. The inequities in our community are being exposed by this pandemic, and we are all responsible for correcting these injustices. Housing in Kalamazoo is not affordable for so many, and this burden unfairly affects Black folks and our youth. I'm also calling to demand that we listen to Black folks in our community and support an agenda for our Black neighbors that includes reparations. The racial inequity in our community is immense, and it has to be addressed with radical changes. Taking these steps might not be comfortable, but we did not elect commissioners and mayors so that they could be comfortable. We can't accept leaders who claim to be progressive and then drag their feet on combating the effects of systemic racism. Finally, I need the commissioners and mayor to understand that people in Kalamazoo are still very upset and hurt about the events that occurred in the first days of June in our community. Rubber bullets, tear gas, and the presence of National Guard troops has no place in our community. It is obvious where the priorities of our leaders lie when our police protect downtown property and attack our citizens. We don't need apologies or community outreach initiatives. We need substantive, systemic change that starts with the Ithaca resolution and support for an agenda specifically for the Black folks in Kalamazoo, including reparations. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Linda, and I've been a resident of Kalamazoo for over 25 years now. This is on your item for the easement for Bronson Hospital on the Kalamazoo River Valley Trail. I couldn't find anything on it, but there used to be Friends of the Trail Have you sought input? And what kind of easement? You really need to protect the watershed. Has somebody looked at that? There's things they can do to mitigate the turbidity and the runoff from any kind of construction work. I hope you looked at that. If you haven't, you need to set that aside until the next meeting and have somebody look at it. I have an environmental background, worked for the DNR and US EPA, so I know what I'm talking about. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Terry Walker. Again, I left a message previously, but I had forgot also, my name is Terry Walker, and I'm a lone life resident of Kalamazoo. I've been here my entire life. And also I wanted to state, too, that we feel, the life people of Kalamazoo that's concerned about the neighborhood, that Interfaith Home, known as Patwood, Fox Ridge, known as Alamo, those two complexes needs to be boarded up. They need to do something about those two. Those two complexes is bringing a lot of trouble in Kalamazoo, too. It's about time for them to be boarded up. They put that up when I was a little girl. All that needs to be torn down now. Thank you. Please look into that. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jeremy Turpinning. I do live within the city limits. I have a myriad of questions, but I would like to primarily focus on our policing. It is potentially exciting that we are going to get a information officer, and I have worked rather closely with liaison officers or community outreach policing service officer, COPS, in the local neighborhoods, community cares and community watch program. And I often wonder why those positions could not assume more of a social work or ability role that would be more dedicated to actually solving problems in the community, but not through maybe policing efforts. I know budgetary issues would want us to hire on 8 new officers this year, but through all the crises and the availability of services, maybe now would be the best time to think about actually putting social workers in place of those liaison or really non-capacity positions as far as arrest or violation, but more towards community problem resolution and actual issue resolution. If we could, it would be great to actually hear back as to if this is possible and if it's something that could be done. These social workers would not have to, of course, replace policing services, but in lieu of officers that have community capacity, possibly putting somebody in that would know contacts or actual problem resolution skills might be an actual problem resolution in itself. Thank you.
Jeff Messer, city resident. Would someone on the commission please update the public on progress towards hybrid meetings for the city commission? The commission's actions, particularly ordinance amendments, would be on more solid legal footing if they were passed during meetings not in violation of the Open Meetings Act, as tonight's electronic meeting is. The commission is violating the Open Meetings Act because of an executive order issued by Governor Whitmer using her self-declared emergency authority without approval from the Michigan legislature. While Michigan courts have not issued injunctions against her emergency powers, there has been no final ruling on the legality of her powers to the best of my knowledge. Attorney Robinson, please correct me on this if I'm not up to date. If her emergency powers are found to be invalid, then I would think that would invalidate all actions taken by the City Commission during electronic meetings, including an ordinance amendment such as the one being considered tonight regarding social districts. The City Commission can avoid the invalidation of its work by moving to hybrid meetings with at least a quorum of commissioners in attendance. Thank you for your consideration.
Hello, my name is Margaret Wilson, and I live in the city of Kalamazoo. I would like to speak in support of the Ithaca resolution. This pandemic has stripped away any facade of fairness and equity in American society. The incredible frailty of our social safety net is exposed. The uptick in gun violence is doubtless linked to the desperation of these times. The only way we survive this is together. Tonight, at this very moment, KPS is announcing their plans for the upcoming school year. As a parent, the state of education in this city and of the children of this city is really important to me. It is likely going to start as virtual learning only. How can we expect children with no home to learn at home? Kalamazoo already had a shamefully high number of homeless students. Not accepting the Ithaca resolution will throw even more children into homelessness. This pandemic has starkly illustrated that public schools are a primary provider of services and food for our children. Right now, public schools face incredible hurdles with even less resources. KPS should not stand alone. The city must step in. This is one of those moments when you look back and your children or grandchildren ask you what you did. Will you say, I saved the children? Or will you say nothing because you allowed them to be thrown into the streets like so much refuse? I believe each and every one of you are there because you care deeply about everyone in our city. And I'm asking you to show us how much you care by keeping all of our families in their homes as long as you can by adopting the Ithaca resolution. Thank you for this time.
Hi, this is Shirley Amos. I live at 1172 Marybrook in Comstock, and the police force that we have out here is hired by the we hire them from the Kalamazoo County, and I just am calling to say I support our police department and all that they do, and I do not want us funding up. Thank you.
Kiera. So my comment is for the strategies that are being used. The comment is for the strategies that are being used. Just comparing to how the police presence is felt during the X train on the weekends. There's police on every single block on the north side, and it's been over 8 shootings within the past few days, and there's no police presence felt over there. So why is the police presence not the same for violence, and then on the weekend when the police don't want anyone to do anything, they're on every single block?
Hello, my name is Kevin Hayden. I live within the city limits up on West Edge Hill. I'm calling in support of the Ithaca resolution as far as provided by the Greater Kalamazoo Renters Union, which declares a local state of emergency that will forgive residential and small business back owed rent through June 2020, obligate landlords to offer lease extensions to all tenants at pre-COVID rates, et cetera. So, yes, I'm calling in support of that resolution, the Ithaca resolution. Thank you.
This is Brandon Ballantyne of Mattawan, Michigan, part of Kalamazoo County. I very much appreciate the job that the men and women of the police department do keeping crime at bay, and I just wish them the best through these times. I don't think government should be trying to restrict them in any way. I'm thankful for what they do. My family frequents Kalamazoo. Our church is there, and we appreciate the job that they're doing.
Hello, my name is Matt Smith. I do live in the city limits. I'm a librarian, local historian, and housing activist that lives in the Vine neighborhood. I got to be honest, watching these city commission meetings is really pathetic. It's like from the perspective of an anti-racist white man who knows a little bit about history. This is just like watching paint dry. You need to push a reparations agenda for Black Kalamazooans. You need to pass a resolution for reparations like Asheville, North Carolina did. We have one billionaire in Kalamazoo, Rhonda Stryker, that made $1.2 billion in the last 3 months. 3 months during a global pandemic that killed disproportionately Black people. The money is there. You need to pass a Black agenda, a reparations agenda, okay? For reparations for Black Kalamazoo. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Commissioners. My name is William Rowland. I live in the city of Kalamazoo. I'm expressing concern over several things that's happening in the community. One, we've been talking about the issue of traffic, but also the issue now of the amount of gunshots happening in the neighborhood. As I speak, there's just been a shooting on North Burdick, a shooting on Lulu, and a stabbing on Bessie. Just a few days ago, there were 22 rounds picked up on Woodward Street from gunshot in the neighborhood. All around, you could hear guns being fired from moving cars, those things. I don't know what the issue is or why it's happening. Suddenly an upsurge in it. But it's associated with cars speeding through the neighborhood, speeding and shooting out of windows. I believe that we as the community deserve better. We need policing. We need the commission and the Department of Public Safety to step up. They need to step up to eradicate this type of behavior here in the community. I would relish having an opportunity to be face-to-face with you as I say this, because there's an urgency in the neighborhood, and it's just a matter of time before people get fed up with it. Well, we're fed up with it, but obviously before residents begin to react to this in ways that we don't want to do. So please do whatever is necessary. We don't mind policing in the neighborhood. In fact, we encourage it. You know, that wherever there's a problem, that's where we expect public safety to be. So I understand that we are maybe short with officers. We were told that by the chief on last week, Thursday, if they were understaffed. If the commission knows that public safety is understaffed and we're having these problems in the community, what is wrong with the commission doing what's necessary to fund public safety to get staff so that we can begin to address these issues? We are residents. We are asking that you do what you committed to do, represent all the citizens of the community of South Kalamazoo when you campaigned for the commissioners. We would appreciate that. We thank you in advance for what we believe you are going to do to eradicate some of this behavior in our neighborhood. Thank you so much.
Hello, this is Michael. I have family in Kalamazoo. My family's originally from Schoolcraft Eagles, south of Kalamazoo. I think it's imperative for our law enforcement, and I'm very thankful for them. One, I have 6 kids. 2, I believe in law and order. 3, if you're a good citizen and good Samaritan, you should have no reason whether to back the police. I think that's very important, and I'm very, very proud of the police officers we have, and I want to keep it up, and I'll back them in any way for my kids' protection, for my protection, for any protection in harm's way of evil's way. I just want to support you guys, and thank you very much, and I pray to God that we're all safe, and you guys stay safe, and we stay going. Okay, that's it. Thanks, guys.
Hello, my name is Deshaun, and I was calling because I feel as if in this city, first it takes a village to raise one, and it seems as if in this city and the commissioners, some commissioners seem as if they put all the blame on the police officers or the shooting. Hello, my name is Deshaun, and I do live in Kalamazoo City. I was calling because, first of all, I would like to say it takes a village to raise one, and I would like to know where the village at, because to me, all it seems about is the village is against the cops, the village is against all against the cops, defund the police, defund that. But if you look at Kalamazoo City, tell me a time where we had an issue with police brutality. And I'm not saying that it's not something that needs to bring awareness, but I want to know where is the commissioners in the fact that there's a north and south side beef going on right now, and they're shooting each other, and people are getting shot every day, and some are losing their life every day. You can't even go outside in your own parks, but you want to talk about defund the police as the commissioners, or some commissioners, you want to talk about defund the police, or everything is the police fault, or this is the police fault. But I want to know, why aren't you backing your police? Why is it you against the police? You guys are supposed to be Kalamazoo City, so why are you separating yourselves? Why is it not the village taking care of the village when the village needs issued? Why is the village turning back on the village? And I would like to know what's going on with that, because all I see you guys talking about, you as in the commissioners, talking about, well, there's an issue with the police, or there's an issue here. And to me, all it seems is you put the blame on the police. Anything happens, it's the blame on the police. Well, no, a lot of the blame is on the commissioners as well, because where are you guys? Because the 2 kids shot on the north side playing outside, but there's no awareness about that. There's no Black Lives Matter about that. There's no march about that. You know, you guys aren't preaching about that, but you want to talk about defund the police, or you want to talk about the issues with the police, and you want to have press conferences out in front of headquarters police in Kalamazoo, but you don't want to have a conference about all these shootings going on, because I haven't heard you guys say anything about these shootings besides these little meetings. You haven't had news outlets out there talking about these kids that got shot, the north side and south side beef, but it takes a village to raise one, and it also takes our police to help stop that, but all you guys do is keep turning your backs on police officers. So I want to know, where's the commissioners on that? And where's the commissioners on siding with their police officers to fix the city, or to help with the city, the issues in the city, not turn against them?
My name is Zachary Lassiter. I live in the city of Kalamazoo. Over a month ago, I filed a Freedom of Information Act request for the body camera video of the protests. After almost a month of not getting a response from the city, I appealed filed an appeal because no response is considered a denial by law, using the online FOIA portal. And the next day they sent about some stuff and an invoice. However, they have yet to acknowledge my appeal. There's a big problem here, because if the city does not respond within 15 business days, a bunch of that money gets waived by law. And the governor's executive order on FOIA isn't applicable here because city offices were open during that time. So I am wondering why the city is refusing to acknowledge the appeal I have filed, and I'm hoping that someone will follow up with me, because I've been trying to get a hold of someone regarding this. And thank you to Commissioner Cunningham for trying to check in on this too. I appreciate that. Thank you. And
hi, my name is Brian Cooper, and I've recently moved back to Kalamazoo, Michigan, and have seen how the north side has went on a great decline. And I don't feel that we need more policing, but more education of the youth, more things to help them in place of them and deter them from crime, rather than more policing, more education in the Black neighborhood, more business, more opportunities for our community is key, more than just policing. You know, you can't police and not have a solution. You can't jail mental ill people and don't have a solution. You know, it just doesn't work. Thank you.
yeah, my name is Joe. I live in the city. I just want to make sure you guys properly respect the Kalamazoo Department of Public Stormtroopers. Who else is going to tear gas and beat our citizens? We need them around to tear gas and beat our citizens.
You know, more of our citizens need to look like David Anderson's face. So please continue to support the Kalamazoo Department of Public Stormtroopers. Thank you.
Heather Turner. I own a business within the city limits. I am calling to make a comment on the Kalamazoo public safety. They are absolutely invaluable to our town. We absolutely need them. The men and women that work for them are wonderful humans. I've never had an issue with them. They have only ever helped our business, and they are absolutely necessary to the city of Kalamazoo and the surrounding area.
Hi, my name is Nick Turner. I own a business within Kalamazoo city limits. Kalamazoo public safety is a very important part of this community, and this community depends on their help and support. They provide an immeasurable amount of care and support to the community, and they're extremely important.
My name is Richard Stewart. I am a city resident. I've resided in Kalamazoo and operated a business here for over 30 years. I would like to express my support for Chief Thomas and KDPS. I think it is despicable that the commission is not standing behind this chief and our officers. They do a good job, and you're politicizing this and bringing down morale. Obviously, this soft on crime social experiment of yours is not working. We need to return to rule of law and enforce the laws. They need to have their hands untied to do their job and keep us all safe. I have another request. I am surprised I have to bring this to your attention, but your equity, diversity, and inclusion officer is not including disability as a protected class equal to race. I don't know why I'm having to bring this to your attention, but disability should be included in your equity, diversity, and inclusion equal to race. Thank you.
Hi, this is Hillary from, I'm a resident of and renter of Kalamazoo. I am calling to strongly encourage the City Commission to embrace the Ithaca resolution. This is an opportune time to set an example and protect vulnerable renters from the eviction crisis that will be sweeping across the nation. Thank you.
Mayor, that was the last call.
Thank you very much. I appreciate everybody that took time to call into our public meeting. Next item on our agenda is the consent agenda. City Manager Ritzma.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have 5 items for approval, and item number 6 is being postponed until August 17th. First item is approval of a contract supplemental and change order with SWT Excavating for 2019 new service lines. For 2019 new service lines bid reference 91244-001-0. Next is the approval of a contract with Mall City Mechanical Incorporated for the Stockbridge facility HVAC and boiler upgrades in the amount of $928,500. Next is the approval of a memorandum of understanding with the Kalamazoo Regional Education Service Agency, Youth Opportunities Unlimited, otherwise known as YOU, for YOU to administer the Summer Youth Employment Program in the amount of $825,000. Next is the adoption of a resolution setting a public hearing on August 17, 2020 to consider a request from Graphics Packaging LLC for a PA 198 industrial facilities tax exemption certificate for 12 years for real property valued at $191 million. Next, the approval of an easement with Bronson Methodist Hospital at 400 East Level Street to allow construction of a segment of the Kalamazoo River Valley Trail. And finally, approval of the acquisition of 8 tax foreclosed properties for the Kalamazoo County Treasurer under the first right of refusal in an amount not to exceed $199,730.89.
Thank you, Manager Rissman. Commissioners, the requested action is to approve items 1 through 5, postpone item 6 until August 17th, 2020, and authorize the city manager to sign all documents on behalf of the city. Is there a motion?
I so move.
Motion made by Commissioner Urban, supported by Commissioner Praedel. Is that right? Right.
Sure.
Okay. Scott Borling, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Hess.
Yes.
Commissioner Knott.
Yes.
Commissioner Urban.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Griffin.
Yes.
Mayor Anderson.
Yes.
Commissioner Cunningham.
Yes. Thank you, Commissioners. The items on the consent agenda are approved. Next is H, our regular agenda. City Manager Ritzma.
We have one item with a couple of parts to it. First is the approval of the following actions to allow certain on-premises liquor licenses expanded use of shared areas for consumption of alcohol pursuant to Public Act 124 of 2020. First is the adoption of an ordinance amending Chapter 4A alcoholic beverages to permit the creation of social districts and common areas. And next is the adoption of a resolution designating social districts containing commons area and establishing a management and maintenance plan.
Thank you, Manager Ritzma. Is there a report on this item?
We do have Andrew Hahn here from Kalamazoo Downtown Partnership. If you have any questions.
Commissioners, questions? Commissioner Hess.
Andrew, if you could simply speak to the maybe financial and social benefits of our adopting this ordinance, please. You're muted. There you go.
Alcoholic
Can you guys hear me?
To permit the creation of social districts and common
I'm hearing
areas.
Jim's audio
And
right
next
now. Are you
is
guys
the
hearing that?
Adoption of a resolution designating social districts containing commons area.
I'm going to
and
try
establishing
rejoining
a
here. I'm
management
sorry.
and
No.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, when you guys were doing the vote on the consent agenda, I don't know if I timed out or something, but I didn't hear my name called for roll for the consent agenda, but my vote was yes for that.
Thank you, Commissioner Praedel. Did you get that, Clerk Borling?
Sir.
Right.
Andrew's back.
Mr. Hahn, is this working?
right now. Are you considering that? Adoption of a resolution designating social districts containing commons area.
I'm going to try rejoining here.
I'm going to jump in here a little bit if I might and help Mr. Hahn. The social districts are a new piece of legislation allowed by the state of Michigan that allows basically patrons of bars and restaurants to take their
agenda. I don't know if I
to take their drinks from one. Basically, they can walk on the sidewalks with them. Right now, you cannot carry it. Obviously, this was a fast-track piece of legislation through the state of Michigan in order to help the bars and restaurants that have been hit hard because of COVID, and especially because their seating capacity is limited. So this is a new tool that the state of Michigan has just created. Cities are just now going into the process of adopting this throughout the state. A couple cities have already adopted it around us. Again, we would have to create a district. It's basically the Kalamazoo Mall from the north end of the mall down to the Blue Dolphin, and also from Michigan Avenue, from the Radisson, generally down to the Wild Bull, the entertainment district, those buildings.
Jeff,
So
can you hear me now? I'm sorry. I didn't realize I still had the Facebook Live going and the Zoom call at the same time, so I was super confused. But I should be here now.
Okay, thanks, Andrew. We're kind of giving the commissioners a quick update on this, and so again, it's a new tool. There would be signs that we posted at the ends of each district. There would have to be specialty marked glasses that have the district's logo and also the logo of the restaurant where they purchased it. But it does require the creation of this ordinance and resolution by the city commission.
And I would point out that the glass is not permitted. It has to be plastic.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Hess, does that sufficiently answer your question?
I had asked Andrew if he had the social and economic impacts of such an ordinance.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'll try to speak to that real briefly. And again, my apologies for the tech snafu. I sat there through the whole meeting and then didn't realize what I was doing. So this law was passed. This was passed into law July 1st. It's something that was passed by near unanimous vote at the state level, was designed to be an economic recovery tool. Obviously, our restaurants, bars, and hospitality businesses have been hit really, really hard statewide, and in particular in Kalamazoo. If you all had a chance to look at the agenda report, we did some survey work with them over the last month, and the situation is very challenging. We've got a number that are either concerned or very concerned about permanent closure. I believe the number is about 40%. A number that have laid people off and have not brought people back. This was really designed as an additional measure to create some additional social distancing space outside. Likewise, we did survey the customers as well and found that 92% of them are more comfortable being in an outdoor space. So we do not have I can't give you an exact dollar amount benefit. We're confident this will help our businesses. I want to be crystal clear. I've heard people say, oh, you mean like New Orleans? And New Orleans is not the example that we would give. We would point to Ohio, where a similar law has been in place for 5 years, called designated outdoor refreshment areas. And they've been very successful in Toledo and Dayton and a number of other cities. So I apologize. I don't know what Deputy Manager Chamberlain covered. This is something it's important to note that we put a proposed set of rules and how this would work that would be passed in your resolution. Those are not set in stone. So to what I'm guessing might be your question on the social impact, if there are any nuisance issues, which we're not anticipating, certainly we can make adjustments to adjust for that.
Thank you, Director Hahn. Any other? Yeah, Commissioner Pradel.
If anybody gets a chance, in the back of the packet from tonight, there's an actual map. But Andrew, can you just kind of confirm the area? So it's basically the Kalamazoo Mall, that Exchange Place kind of alleyway, and then that section of like West Michigan Avenue down to the entertainment district, correct?
Yeah, exactly. So Kalamazoo Mall is obviously our greatest concentration of these businesses. It also is a place that's really one of our marquee public spaces. So one can imagine, the way I see this working is someone at the end of a meal saying, in addition to doing an upsell, for dessert, they might say, well, are you going to be sticking around downtown for a while? Oh, did you know you can take a drink to go? And they could go visit a store. They could sit down on a bench. Again, with regards to the map, we've engaged with downtown businesses and really thought that closely connected and concentrated area was the best place to start this. So the Kalamazoo Mall and then extending 1 block west on West Michigan so that you'd of course get the front door of the Radisson and not just the mall door. And then potentially if a bar or restaurant were to come to that first floor of the Exchange building, they'd be eligible. This does link down Michigan to connect with Bates Alley and that great outdoor space, and then down to the entertainment district. We have had some interest from some of the businesses on the east end, kind of in the Bell's, Hopcat, Maru food dance area, and wanted to move a little more slowly and get a better sense of their level of interest. We're excited about it. We plan to invest in some additional maintenance dollars. I did hear Deputy Manager Chamberlain talking about signage. This will be well signed. And then people will have to have disposable cups. So we're excited about it. With all of this, we really moved to have a laser focus on keeping our businesses open downtown. They employ a lot of our residents, and those people, just as we're talking about things like evictions, people losing their jobs are a really severe potential economic impact to the community. So we really felt like any options that are afforded us by law should be entertained, and we're confident from the feedback we've heard that this will be successful in doing that.
And just to confirm as well, so it's 7 days a week. It'd be 10 to 10 from Sunday through Thursday, and then on Fridays and Saturdays it'd be from 10 to 2 a.m. Correct?
10 a.m. to 10 in the morning to midnight, not 2 a.m.
Till midnight. Okay.
Yeah. It should say that in that document, but it is Sunday through Thursday, 10 to 10, Friday, Saturday, 10 to 12. And again, that was based on what we'd heard from peer cities, and is really just a starting point. So.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Director Hahn? Any discussion? All right. So seeing nothing more, so this, commissioners, this is a somewhat unusual situation tonight in that we are acting, this ordinance is an emergency measure which requires 5 affirmative votes to adopt. So we're going to consider the ordinance and then a resolution separately. So first of all, commissioners, is there a motion to adopt the ordinance? Motion made by Commissioner Hess. Okay, supported by Commissioner, Cunningham, several. Commissioner Cunningham. So we now have a motion to adopt the ordinance. Clerk Borling, please call the roll.
Commissioner Knott.
Yes.
Commissioner Pradle.
Yes.
Commissioner Urban.
Yes.
Vice Mayor.
Yes.
Mayor Anderson.
Yes.
Commissioner Cunningham.
Yes.
Commissioner Hess.
Yes.
Thank you, commissioners. The motion passes. Now, on the same action, we need to pass a resolution. So, commissioners, is there a motion to approve the resolution associated with this ordinance?
So moved.
Made by Commissioner Cunningham. Supported by Commissioner Urban. Any further discussion? Clerk Borling, please call the roll.
David, can I just say that the most important point that Andrew made was keeping people employed here in Kalamazoo, as we're talking about keeping people in homes. So thank you, Andrew, for that.
Thank you, Commissioner Hess. Clerk Borling, please call the roll.
Commissioner Pradle.
Yes.
Commissioner Urban.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Griffin.
Yes.
Mayor Anderson.
Yes.
Commissioner Cunningham.
Yes.
Commissioner Hess.
Yes.
Commissioner Knott.
Yes.
Thank you, commissioners. The motion passes. Next on our agenda is reports and, oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Cunningham.
I just had one question for Han. Did he leave already? He may have. Okay. Do you have any insight on how many businesses we've lost in our downtown or in the community at large?
I couldn't speak to the community at large number. I'm spent so much of my time in a little part of it on purpose. We've had let me see here. We just had a retail business close this week. I think right now we're at half dozen or fewer, some which were directly related to the pandemic and COVID and some of the shutdowns and the slowdown in the economy. And then we had some like Fandango that were kind of in a transition phase already. And that was just kind of the last thing. That business was in the process of being sold. So, we're certainly at a crisis point. We're not envisioning, our goal is to keep the vacancies down. If vacancies go up, then we're going to, our focus will be on filling those spaces again, whether that is through, permanent retailers, pop-ups, installations, whatever it is. I mean, it's just critical that our downtown and the rest of our businesses stay as active as possible. So I look forward, perhaps at a later meeting to kind of share some of the other strategies we've been working on, but I apologize that I don't have a firm number. I will tell you that it's certainly not catastrophic yet downtown, but it's I think really important that we not forget about these local businesses and patronizing them as much as we can. So like I said, it's our friends, it's our neighbors, it's our relatives that are employed by these folks and whose livelihoods count on us to get down there and the community to support them.
Thank you, Director Hunt. Next on our agenda is reports and legislation. City Manager Ritzma, do you have a report? You're muted, Jim.
Dang it, I thought I would get through this without being muted, but so I know there were several calls in public comment about the traffic on the north side and the event that was held last Thursday. I just want to clarify and explain kind of the next steps from that meeting Thursday. This was our first time previewing and discussing options with the community, and it's not our intent to settle with chicanes and that. We know we have to do more. I am working with KDPS on figure out ways we can do more traffic enforcement on the north side. So we will work on that. And also an internal work group met today and talking about next steps in meeting with a group of community members that have interest in this and really looking at all the solutions out there, from speed bumps to enforcement, and making sure that we're addressing the needs of the community with the proper solution. And so I just wanted to highlight that we will be working on that, and it's not meant to be, we're done with citizen input and wait 6 months. No, we're going to be doing this. We know this is urgent for the community. And then I just wanted to highlight and just kind of restate my my commitment to working with the City Commission on public safety and all of the areas that we discussed this evening. I think one thing I appreciated, and I think the Vice Mayor and Commissioner Cunningham said this, was more about what we can do versus what we can't do. So I'm certainly going to take that to heart and use that going forward. That's it, Your Honor.
Thank you so much, Manager Ritzma. City Attorney, any reports?
No.
And Clerk Borling, anything you want to say? Anything coming up at all?
Why, yes. Of course, tomorrow is Election Day. The polls will open at 7 a.m. and all of our voting precincts will be open. We have a lot of absentee ballots out, over 12,000, and we have approximately 9,000 that have been returned. So if you still have an absentee ballot, now would be the time to get it in and to make sure it gets counted. It has to be in our office by 8 p.m. tomorrow. So we're encouraging everyone who still has a ballot to bring it in person. There's a drop box behind City Hall that a lot of people have been using. There's also a ballot can inside City Hall, just inside the back door, so you don't have to wait in line if that's all you're coming to do is drop a ballot off. And at City Hall tomorrow, also people who need to register to vote can do that as well. So that's about it. Please vote, and that's it.
Thank you, Clerk Borling. So I just want to reinforce a couple things, because there was a court case about this, and that is that you cannot have your absentee ballot postmarked tomorrow. It must be in the hands of your local clerk by 8 p.m., correct?
That is correct. There was a lawsuit. The decision by the courts was to leave the status quo in place, which is that we have to have ballots in hand here in the clerk's office by 8 p.m. If you have an absentee ballot, don't take it to your polling location unless you intend to vote there. If you want to cast your absentee ballot, it needs to come back to the clerk's office by 8 p.m.
Thank you so much, Clerk Borling. At this time, still today, we have a few minutes left. This is the time for any commissioners who'd like to make comments. So are there commissioner comments this evening?
I will go first. It seems
Okay.
like making a routine of it. There were a lot of citizen call-ins concerning, city commission and defunding and lack of support for our public safety, things of that nature. I just want to clarify that today's conversation was not about the uptick in violence. And I thank our mayor and vice mayor for taking the time out in the beginning of the meeting to speak to that community concern. Today's conversation isn't about defunding the police, nor was today's update from city administration about changing KDPS day-to-day activities, Kalamazoo Public Safety's day-to-day activities. Our public safety has not received one mandate from the city commission to change their day-to-day activities. As I stated earlier, the city commission has no authority to dictate to Chief Thomas on how to manage her public safety department. And even a step further, we have no authority to dictate City Manager Ritzma on how to carry out his day-to-day activities. The city commission's responsibility is to set the goals and visions of this administration and then hold them accountable to achieving that goal and or vision. If the city commission does not hold our police department accountable, then the community should hold the commission accountable. And I want to encourage our officers, our city administration and community, and letting them know I support our public safety and I'm not anti-public safety by any means. Today's update on our city administration's action plan and concerns was purely about the city commission being accountable for the outcomes of our city administration. For a good example is the Lambert report is a prime example of a report no one can refute, a report that literally said that our systematic approach to traffic stops is racially biased against African Americans. It's not KDPS's fault that KDPS hasn't followed up with another study to see if we improved or not. And to be clear, I will restate what I stated earlier today. The Lambert report for KDPS was a turning point for better priorities, outcomes, and better principles. It was not the sole responsibility of KDPS to follow up on that report because KDPS reports to City Manager Ritzma. And it's not City Manager's fault that there has not been a follow-up to that report because the City Manager reports to the City Commission. This body, the City Commission, has never made it a priority for City Manager to follow up with another measure of our traffic stops, similar to the Lambert report. We, the City Commission, sets the priorities. Let me be clear, this conversation isn't about answers to the Lambert, excuse me. This conversation isn't about creating a system of accountability. I'm sorry. Let me get some water here. I'm losing my voice. This body, the City Commission, has never made it a priority for city manager to follow up with another measure of our traffic stop similar to the Lambert report. We, the City Commission, set the priorities. Let me be clear, this conversation is about answering to the Lambert report. I was just using that as an example. This conversation is about creating a system of accountability to the citizens of Kalamazoo through their elected officials. It needs to be comprehensive. It can't be based on, trust me, because I'm Mayor Cunningham. It has to be based on, trust me, because this is what the community, commission, and KDPS has decided together that we want to benchmark. And this accountability system is in place, should be in place long after my servitude to this city. To my community, as a commission, I'm willing to break every constitution, charter, and policies if it means no one else will die. And that's just being as blunt and straightforward as possible. You can't, you can't shoot nobody if you ain't got a bullet. You can't shoot nobody if you ain't got a gun. So, to me, I'm just gonna be honest with you. I'm not against people having their weapons, but I'm for sure against people shooting at other people. And so if it means, we shouldn't have guns, then that's what it means. And I just stand behind that. That's my personal thoughts and feelings towards it. So I'll just kind of leave that there. But the issue of violence in our community isn't going to be solved by us marching down the street to my city commission. It isn't going to be solved by us praying it away. And the Bible specifically says, faith without works is dead. So you can pray all you want. You can, if that's the only act that you enacting, you can pretty much ensure that there won't be much fruit behind it. And something to really even go into is these issues that have led to violent acts started well before any of us was around. More specific, somebody mentioned it earlier on the call. It takes a village to raise a child. A lot of these actions that we see, both positive and negative, started in these individuals' homes, in their community environment. And now we're running into the issue of how do we address it in this moment? And I'm gonna be honest and transparent with you. Two people, some individuals are past, saving, and that's just honesty. I think, we can utilize our resources to affect our adults, but in the work that I do and the mission that I have is the best way to be proactive is to get them at youth age, as a child. And so you will see me advocate continuously, as I've done for years on end. How do we reach our youth? To my colleagues, I know I mentioned it before, but the #1 inner city mentoring group, the largest, I should say, as it pertains to specifically young Black males in the city of Kalamazoo, is our football programs. It touches 300 to 500 youth every year, and even goes beyond that. So let's, find ways to wrap around those who have been hurt, those who are hurting. I know that, like I said, I've even gotten numb to the point where I'm just angry, I'm just mad. I literally had a bullet fly over my head and I wasn't scared. I had no fear in my heart, just anger, just upset. And so I'm trying to remove that. I'm trying to love on my community and create a better path forward, just like the rest of us. Right? But I'm human, and I hope that we continue to support one another and figure this problem out. And let's be truthfully clear. Violence uptick and what we talked about today, there's no correlation, none whatsoever. Today, we're just talking about how do we hold our officers accountable for our community. That's the violence in our community. Our officers, I hope anybody that's tuned in understands that their jobs and their duties go well beyond just trying to stop the violence. So as it pertains to the city commission, once again, I'm calling you out and I'm including myself. We have to put in these accountability measures. And so that when we're no longer here, we don't have to rely on Eric's expertise or Mayor Anderson's years of experience. It's the system that says the standard has changed and anything less is unacceptable.
Thank you, Commissioner Cunningham. Other comments from other commissioners? Commissioner Urban. Commissioner Urban?
Yeah, I just want to reiterate that I'm really glad that we're having this long discussion that Eric has brought up. We're not done yet. I expect we may have discussions like this going right along for the next few months even. But the thing is, we're hearing it all at once, and we're hearing when each of us says all together. That is a tremendous way to speed up and to get coherence about how we should proceed. So, so far so good, in my opinion. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Urban. Other comments? Commissioner Pradel.
Just had a question for Clerk Borling as well. Can you just reiterate to the community as well? So both precinct locations and City Hall are open tomorrow from 7 to 8 p.m. I just want to make sure people hear that from you. And then I was wondering if you could also just indicate which precincts have change in location so people can anticipate those changes.
Yes. So voting precincts, the regular voting precincts open 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Hall will be open from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. for people to register to vote. If you register to vote, you can get an absentee ballot here at City Hall, but it's not going to be open for general absentee balloting unless you're actually registering to vote tomorrow at City Hall. You can't get an absentee ballot tomorrow. So if you don't have an absentee ballot yet, your option at this point is to go to the polls. In terms of the polling locations that have moved, Precinct 6, which is kind of covers the Westwood neighborhood in that northwest corner, that panhandle. That precinct is moving from Friendship Village to the K-Riso West Campus, which is just a short distance away. You can see one from the other. That K-Riso West Campus is at the corner of Drake Road and Croydon Avenue. Then the other precincts that have moved, Precinct 1 and 3, they used to vote at First United Methodist Church here, right at the end of Bronson Park. And that polling location has moved to Faith Temple Church of God, which is on Westnedge, just a block over and a couple blocks south. So those are the ones that have moved. And precincts 1 and 3 covers roughly part of the Vine neighborhood and then part of the Central Business District.
Cool. Thanks, Clerk. Just wanted to thank you and Deputy Moss and your team for all you've been doing. Extra hours, extra work, just unprecedented voter turnout, which is awesome. But I admire your positivity, and I've not once heard any member of your team complain about the added work because of the phenomenal turnout. And so I just want to thank you for everything that you are doing, especially with a lot of hardship you've been experiencing personally. I know it's got to take a toll on you and your families, and I just really appreciate everything you're doing. Wanted to just take a moment as well, just to reiterate that, I really appreciate the opportunity to talk, one-on-one with commissioners, and I feel like we've had those opportunities in the last month. But I can't emphasize enough the importance that we have a chance to discuss these important matters, especially if we want to craft vision and goals and benchmarks and those sort of things. It's hard to do in this environment when you just are talking to one person at a time and trying to find time to talk to everybody as busy as we all in our lives. And also we still, as a commission, we had scheduled a retreat back in March 14th, and we still haven't had a chance to have that retreat. And, I really hope that even if we can do it virtually, that we get that opportunity to have dialogue with each other, more than just presentations, more than Q&A. I mean, there's a place for that, and that's important, but I still really think that we need to talk, and we need to have these conversations with each other. I have a regret from last meeting. The individual who's emailed and called us a number of times and is addressed his concern about the lack of voicing of against anti-Semitism. I didn't speak up last time, and I should have spoken up primarily, first and foremost, for Commissioner Cunningham and Commissioner Urban. I will tell you one thing about these two individuals. They are some of the most impassioned social justice champions I've ever met. And they probably have done more in the last 6 months or year to thwart racism and lift up social justice causes than most people have done in their lifetimes. And so I just want to take a moment to lift that up, because I don't believe in bullying people into making statements, but I also know what's in their heart. And I know they're good people. They care about all the people in this community, including the Jewish community. And there is no place for anti-Semitism in our community in any place or form. And I think that goes hopefully without saying, but in case that's good enough, I just want to make sure to point that out, and also just make sure that I share that about my colleagues. You heard a few people call in and talk about the hate group that is coming to rally basically in Kalamazoo on August 15th. I have a challenge for the community that day to find some way to show love and compassion for somebody in this community that day. When people are out spewing hate with signs and shouting racist slogans, I hope people can find some way to raise up something positive and show love for people in our community, and maybe in an unexpected way or with somebody you don't know as well. And then lastly, I just wanted to share as well, you can't say public safety without public. And, I think public involvement in crafting through voice and involvement in everything we talked about tonight, from accountability to data to hiring process, all that is so fundamentally important, because we serve the public, whether you're public safety or a city commission. And I feel it's incredibly important that we find every opportunity possible, not only to discuss these issues as a commission, but also find opportunities to involve and engage the community in that discussion. And each part of that agenda is incredibly important. And I think that's one missing element that a number of people have lifted up and talked about this, taking a village and working on it together. And that means community, that means the public. So anyways, that's all I have for tonight. Wish everybody well.
Thank you, Commissioner Pradel. Other comments? Commissioner Hess.
Really quickly, this week's funeral for John Lewis had themes of patience and perseverance, of faith and hope and love. So I'll leave that there, but I want to thank the commissioners who spoke before me. Yes, Chris, I did want to address Mr. Jangula, and in that there is no room in this community for anti-Semitism. And I made a note to get back with him personally. So there's that, but the issues that we're dealing with are incredibly complex. It is issues that our city staff, our city manager deal with on a daily basis, and that are working with on a daily basis. I want to voice my support for Carrie Ann and for her staff and for all the officers who serve this city. As I said last time, I did a ride along, and during that ride along, I didn't watch necessarily what was happening in the city. I I watched what was happening in the officers and their care and compassion for this city. They deeply care for the lives of the people in this city. And what hit me the most was that the officer I rode along with said that before his shift, and all of the officers are really happy for the body cams, because before their shift, they give a message to their family. And in this time of violence in our city, and I think all of us are compassionate about what's happening in the city. I believe in our public safety department, and I thank you for your service. And I do trust in the city manager form of government. And yes, Eric, we will begin and continue to hold everyone accountable. I think that Kalamazoo is more than KDPS. It's our education systems. It's our economic engines. It's our public services. It's everything. You know, if you were able to go to your tap and drink clean water, we're doing our job. And so we do have a lot of things going on. It's a very complex set of things that are happening, and made more complex by COVID. My condolences go out to all the victims of violence in the city. And I'm hoping that we can do better ourselves, and that we can move that forward. We are not living in black and white. We are not living in either or. We are not living in winning and losing. We are living in lots of shades of gray and increased complexity. And I will continue to work with all of you to make sure that we do this together as community, having charge of it together. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hess. Commissioner Knott.
Sure, just quickly letting my colleagues know that I've shared a couple messages with the city manager as it relates to our personnel, our staff across all departments leading by example. I've seen quite a few social media posts over the last several weeks, and I've received reports from constituents talking about our staff, again, across the board, being out in crowded places in the public and not wearing masks. And so this is an issue that I believe we need to be mindful about. We all need to be modeling masks when we're out. And if we're in Bronson Park or we're serving the community, just a reminder that we need to be leading by example, and our personnel needs to be wearing masks.
Thank you, Commissioner Knott. Vice Mayor Griffin.
Yes, I just want to start off by giving the update on the 17-year-old who was shot at the beginning of our meeting. He is listed in stable condition. Again, prayers to this young man's family and all of the other families dealing with the effects of gun violence. For eviction diversion, just want to highlight really quickly that you can call 211, and any household in Kalamazoo County that is at or below 100% of the area median income, commonly referred to as AMI, can contact HRI via 211, or you can call 269-382-0287. And if you have received assistance in the past, you are still eligible to receive dollars from this Coronavirus Release Fund eviction diversion program. I don't know about the oversight. That's a good question, and maybe that's something that can be followed up on. In terms of, let me see, what generally it seems like there's two different experiences happening here, and the goal is for everyone that lives in this city to feel safe, to feel secure, to feel protected. And that's not happening. And that's clear. We just heard that from many residents, and there's a clear difference in outcomes and that those levels of protection, that there's no excuse for that. And there's frankly no room for that. We all should feel that same sense of protection. And that needs to be addressed ASAP. And that's just that. In terms of what needs to happen with this community, I said this earlier, but I'm going to reiterate that we need to treat this situation with urgency as the same way we've treated other situations. It was lifted up earlier here, the contributing factors to gun violence. Once a person picks a gun up, it's not that we're too late. There's lives to be saved, but there are things that happen all in between that. We need to invest in our communities, period. We need to invest in our children. That needs to be a line item sooner than later. It cannot be an initiative. It cannot be just that. Even if you put everybody in jail, what about the trauma that everyone is going through? What about these mothers getting ready to raise these children without fathers? Where's that coming from? Where's that conversation at? That, and that needs to be lifted up, because it's not just about ending what's happening now. It's about making sure this doesn't continue to happen. And it's not about programs. We're talking about systemic shifts. And hopefully, people were able to hear the coded language that's coming through. And that needs to be just as shocking as the outright direct things that you hear coming through. We all heard at our first commission meeting some of the direct comments that were made, and we quickly responded to that. We need to have those same ears for coded language and things, and quickly respond to that as well, because it's just as problematic, it's just as violent, it's just as devastating, and we need to treat all of these things with that same sense of urgency. So to that, we need to get on that sooner than later. I don't know what that forum is. I don't know what that conversation looks like, but treat this situation like businesses losing their windows, like businesses and people losing their jobs. It has the same effect. It's devastating. And so, I just want to reiterate again, as it was mentioned, to board up one of our communities where people are living. There's people out there in interfaith, and shout out to the moms at Interfaith who took it upon themselves to invest in their own community and do that work. Those are the types of things that we need to be investing in our communities. We have several things happening at the same time. It's not an either or. Lifting up one issue does not diminish another issue, and we have got to stop conflating things. That's not going to help the cause. And I've mentioned this before, the systems will make us feel like we can only deal with one thing at a time. That's not the way we're going to address this. That's not why I'm going to address this. And I don't get the feeling that this commission is willing to do this and pick which one means what. And so with that, again, all my prayers to everyone. Make sure everyone gets out and votes tomorrow, and wear your masks when needed.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor Griffin. There was a question about how much money is initially available for rent relief, eviction diversion. That's 1.3 million. That is coming through the CARES Act and distributed through the Continuum of Care in Kalamazoo County. Just so happens that Housing Resources Incorporated is serving as the fiduciary entity to distribute that money. But that money ultimately, and the spending of that money, is verified and audited and overseen by the Michigan State Housing Development Authority, otherwise known as MISTA, which will audit and oversee the expenditure of that set of funds. In addition, the city of Kalamazoo has already offered another $720,000. That puts the fund at this point over $2 million. That would be specifically for individuals who are living in the city of Kalamazoo, obviously, where the other fund is for Kalamazoo County, including the city of Kalamazoo. I want to appreciate everybody for calling in tonight. I want to appreciate this great team for hanging with us and having another long meeting that goes into the wee hours of the morning. At this point, I want to wish everybody a safe evening. Thank you for putting up with my beat up looking face. I'm sorry about that. And please keep your hearts open. We are adjourned. Love you, Kalamazoo.